Jared, where'd you go?
Ta-da! It's all right.
Uh, have a
wasn't about,
last
wasn't about,
minute hiccup?
no, I just I wanted to open a window so we could get some air in here because I have a feeling we're going to be here for a little while.
Really? What made you think that?
Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe because today is a special day for our channel and for our friendship and for our a little show that means a great deal to both of us.
And we might get therapeutic about a great
Yes.
many things in this stream. Welcome, everyone. I'm your host, Gwen Webster, and with me, as always, is Jared. And this is Cinematic Realms, and it's an important stream because this is actually our 100th episode officially as co-hosts,
Yes.
which blows my mind.
Yes. It's we started, I'd been on the channel a couple of times before as a guest, mostly to talk about Keira Knightley movies, but all the way back in August of 2023, or a little before that, I should say, Gwyn extended the very kind offer to me, would I like to become your regular co-host? And I accepted, and we did our first stream that on the first two episodes of Ahsoka. And
Yeah,
since then, we haven't stopped. We've been pretty consistent, and we are here, 100 episodes officially as co-host. It's pretty special.
it's flown by because when you said 100 episodes, I was like, shut the fuck up. Pardon the language. Yeah, I just it's so insane to me, like how many of these we've done, and it feels like, and it makes sense because Ahsoka was back in 2023,
Yes.
and so like in that sense, I can believe that it's been 100 episodes, but it doesn't feel like that long, and it just because we've had so much fun doing it, uh,
Yeah.
and like I went through a spell where I was basically doing because of course as many of you will know, I started off this channel just as a way to sort of talk about some things that I wanted to talk about, and also to talk with people who I wanted to talk to. And in the early days, that took the form of either my closest friends, and which you were one of my very first guests when we did that original stream of Pride and Prejudice, and
Mhm.
and then also people in the fandom which we belong to, just who I kind of wanted to meet and talk to. And so I found out things that they wanted to, movies that they were interested in, and we did it that way. And then after a while, like there was a nice run of that. And then I invited our good friend Ari to be my co-host on for that, and that was a blast. That was so much fun. But then she had things coming up in her life, and she wanted to or they wanted to step back from that part of me. Um, and so and I was taking like breaks here and there, and then I decided to start up again and just do it kind of solo and invite friends on. But what I discovered was that I really did not like doing this alone because, for one thing, like the topics were always dependent on, will I find somebody who wants to, talk about me with this? And plus, it just wasn't as much fun running the ship by myself. I loved the idea of having a close friend like on this journey with me, and doing it. And so I was like, Jared's way too busy. He's not going to want to do that. So maybe I'll ask him if he wants to do it, sort of off and on with me. And I approached you about that, and it wasn't long before you were just like, no, I'll just come on, and all the time. And and I was like, and we've just been having a blast ever since. And it helps that we have our tastes are aligned on so many things.
Yeah.
And so it's been just a great fun, and yeah, it means a lot to me that 100 episodes later you're still with me on this journey.
And delighted to be so. Yeah, I mean, I when you extended the offer for me to be co-host, like I was kind of entering a period in my life when I was going to be starting a new job. I had just moved to from the East Coast in Connecticut all the way to California, and I was like, I would love to do this, but I really don't know how it's going to work, depending on the demands of my job. And so, but I really want to give it a go. But then, as things that are important in your life, become, you make time for them. And this has always been something that I have looked forward to every single week. And I always enjoy our conversations because, our as you said, our tastes in the cinematic arts are very similar. So much so that some of our friends have teased us about being basically the same person in that respect, which we are not. We do have points of divergence, but it is really a testament to the fact that we essentially have been having these conversations for almost 3 years and 100 episodes, and never once have we been like, you know what, we're bored, we want to shake it up, like or anything like that. And obviously, yes, we are always delighted when we have one of our friends co-host or do a guest spot with us, because that adds a fun new dynamic. But the fact that we are always just happy to just talk to each other for an extended period of time about either movies or television, or just life in general, it's a testament to an enduring bond, and one that I say I hope it continues for many, many years and many episodes to come.
And so, and we should, by way of introducing our topic for today, we should say that I think originally, I'm usually foggy about which one came first, but I know you said it was this, and sometimes I'm like, what was it? The Keira Knightley thing was it? But I do think it was like our sort of uh our Game of Thrones love, and specifically us both feeling more than slightly ostracized for our opinions of the show in its final season, and so we latched onto each other, and then I think it was shortly after I was like, and we discovered our mutual Keira Knightley fandom.
Yes.
But yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, so like, I have to acknowledge, I do not remember the very first interaction that you and I had on the website formerly known as Twitter. May it rest in peace.
Yeah.
The fact, but I definitely remember that it was Game of Thrones that was our initial connection, because frankly, Game of Thrones was one of the reasons I was on Twitter in the first place. Especially once when there was a new season airing. And because there was a group of essentially dedicated, Game of Thrones and the Song of Ice and Fire fans, affectionately known as like Twitteros, that would gather together in a communal experience around that time in the show. And I had been drawn into it primarily from there's a fan site, a fan group that I was involved in called Watchers on the Wall, where I had met a lot of great people, led by a bunch of great people like Sue the Fury and Axe Chucker and Here Mark O'Rourke and Oz of Thrones, and the wonderful positive community around Game of Thrones that sprung up around that. And Axe Chucker famously did Twitter recaps of the episodes that were always a delight to read. And so I would, one of the great joys of the time around the show was going on and connecting with other fans about it. And at some point, one of the algorithms actually did something good for once, and it led me to one of your tweets. and I don't remember exactly what the tweet was, but I remember being like, I like this guy. he has a lot of good opinions, and he seems to have his heart in the right place. And then so we naturally started talking through that medium, and then of course, seeing the fact that once we started following each other, we would you would post about other things that you liked, and that's where I think your love of Pride and Prejudice and Keira Knightley came to my attention. And I was like, aha, that is shared. And also, and you love Lord of the Rings, and you love Star Wars. This is great. and that bond only endured as you said, we entered something of a darker period in the fandom around the final season, but there was always a light, because even as we were sometimes struggling with the general vibes, I knew I could reliably always go to your page, Gwen, and be like, I thought that was really good. Did you think it was really good? Oh, you thought it was really good. Awesome.
Yeah. Oh boy. There's so much to dive into there. But you know what? I want to start off our discussion as somewhere a bit more innocent.
Yes.
Because especially because I know we talked about the different ways we were going to approach like watching stuff going into this stream. I did unfortunately not get the chance to rewatch very much because um I have so little time during the week, and if we're going to talk about something like Game of Thrones that I know like the back of my hand,
Yeah.
was probably not going to bend over backwards to like rewatch like a whole slew of episodes. But today I did watch the premiere episode, as well as a good portion of the series finale. But I was putting emphasis on the original series premiere because I wanted to put myself back into that headspace of 2011, and what was remarkable to me was that it put me in the space of thinking about that younger version of me, which is so funny because like um I remember when the show was coming out and I was already like feeling like I was growing up and maturing. And how old would I have been? That was 15 years ago, hence the celebration. And so I was about um, 27.
Mm-hmm.
So like, so I had just like in those past couple of years started to come to terms with the fact that I had turned a quarter of a century old. And so I was looking back, like thinking, I'm firmly a grown up now, and so Game of Thrones felt like it was the fresh, new, like future of fantasy storytelling, and now I'm like, oh, you sweet summer child, um, and but it just made me think about the fact that I came into this show really not belonging so much to the fandom, quote unquote. I had certainly, once the show started, I did start like reading comments on like it wasn't even Watchers on the Wall yet. I think it was still Winter is
It
Coming.
was. Yeah.
Yeah. And so Uh, and so, like, the vibe on there at the time was like this thing that we all love has been turned into this TV show. What do other people think about it who like are new to it? And like, is it going to catch fire, or like, or is HBO putting all the focus on Boardwalk Empire, and do we not stand a chance? And
Boardwalk
yeah,
Empire. Good show, but
and
it was not
yeah,
Game of Thrones.
yeah, and but that's where we were coming from. It's like that was the big like Martin Scorsese show, and like we were this tiny little fantasy series that like we knew how good the story was, but was anybody else going to care? And was it going to transcend sort of what we usually got with fantasy television, where it doesn't quite rise to the heights storytelling wise of like say something like The Lord of the Rings on film, and so it like, and as the show went on, it was like just jaw dropping to see the reception that it got and that it was breaking through into the cultural zeitgeist and all this stuff. And so for a while, that was a lot of fun. Uh,
Yeah.
as we know, honeymoons don't last forever. But I will say that period of time was fun. And so yeah, but but prior to that, like going into the show, I was not like clued into that stuff. Like I knew like there was a fandom that was looking forward to it, but I wasn't like as invested in that. So when I just remember watching the show for the first time and feeling like this thing that had been my private little thing that I was like reading from the pages of a book over in the corner that I was so like that my parents didn't know about, as like, I'd go somewhere with them and I'd be reading and I'm like, yeah, I'm not sharing this with you guys because it's pretty adult in terms of its content and all that stuff. It just felt like something that was a secret for me. And to all of a sudden see it come to life in an HBO prestige drama was surreal.
Yes.
And to have it with, and it had Sean Bean as Ned Stark, and like, which was a dream come true because of course, being such a huge fan of Lord of the Rings, I was like, oh my god, it's Boromir and he's the lead in a fantasy series. I know it's only for one season, but still he's the lead. um and so watching that premiere episode today just really took me back to the excitement and joy of the beginning of this journey. And what was funny was I was still deep into reading the books at that time. I think I was only about halfway through Storm of Swords when the show premiered. um and I'd been reading them for like a good while before that. It's just the are huge. So I wasn't exactly like rushing to get through them, as great as they were. So it just, it was really interesting to go through that. I specifically remember that like one of the things I remember about that is that because the first season of the show did such a wonderful job of bringing certain characters to light. And the one I'm about to talk about specifically is Barristan Selmy, um, who like is a character who in that first book you could kind of be forgiven for letting kind of fade into the background because there's a million other characters, but he was so well like written and performed in that first season of the show that then like it was after his dismissal at the towards the end of season one that I got to that part in A Storm of Swords where he shows up, and I was like, oh fuck yeah. And so it was really interesting the way that those things lined up. And yeah, and it wasn't too late, it wasn't too far after that I started speeding through the rest of the books because of course then A Dance with Dragons came out after the first season, and I plunged right into that. And we'll be talking about that too. But but yeah, just like, so I just remember like such pure excitement in those early days, and that was untainted by anything else. And uh, and as many people know about me, that's kind of like the place where I'm happiest at is when it's just me and my joy for something, and I'm not diving too much into like what the pop culture sphere is talking about with it. It just felt like me and this thing that I had grown to love coming to life on the screen, and it was just glorious.
Yeah, it was a special and magical time indeed. precisely because of that, like, kind of spirit of discovery and early community that you mentioned. Because it sounds, for those who are coming to this show later, who perhaps were not there, remembering when it premiered, it seems impossible to fathom, given that Game of Thrones essentially became the biggest television show in the world, and the last figment of what people refer to as the kind of the monoculture, basically the one of the only TV shows left where, in this era of streaming and splintered, networks, that it felt like everybody was watching. But that was not the case at the beginning, because, as you said, this show was kind of an underdog, and it came onto my radar in a similar fashion to you, Gwen, because it. I first heard about the show basically from an HBO promotional release that was, again, citing kind of what was be coming up, and it specifically cited Boardwalk Empire, the new gangster show from Martin Scorsese, starring Steve Buscemi, and Game of Thrones, a epic dark fantasy show starring Sean Bean from The Lord of the Rings as the lead, Lord Eddard Stark. And that is obviously what caught my attention, because not only because of my love for the Lord of the Rings trilogy and Sean Bean in particular, but the fact that it seemed like it was going to be a story on like an epic scale. And I was definitely jonesing for a show like that, because before Game of Thrones, probably the TV show that had the biggest impact on my life was the television series Lost, which came to an end in 2010, also in a controversial fashion. But I loved that show, and I developed a community around that show as well. And once it was over, I kind of felt a little, hole in my heart, and I'm like, something's got to fill this. And lo and behold, Game of Thrones was there on the horizon. Even though the show was not going to premiere for another year, I was like, I think this is going to be good. I'm looking forward to this. And so when I learned it was based on a series of fantasy novels, I bought the first 4 books from my local college bookstore, and I started reading them. As you said, they were long, but I really started to get into them, and I'd finished the first 3 books before the season 1 premiered, and I was kind of reading A Feast for Crows concurrently with season 1, and then, of course, as you said, A Dance with Dragons came out a month after season 1 ended, and then we know the rest. But really, I think it's quite, it was, like you said, it was a surprise that the show not only was so, premiered, and was so good right away, especially given what I learned later about all the turmoil that had kind of gone into the original pilot and everything. But you wouldn't know what to look at it. It looked dynamite. It was a great cast, and I was extraordinarily pleased with the adaptation. And it's actually very fortuitous that we're doing this stream this week, not only to commemorate the 15th anniversary, which the HBO was doing kind of more last month, because days June 14th and June 12th, 2011, was the day that the 9th episode of the first season, Baelor, aired. And that really felt like the moment when Game of Thrones absolutely exploded onto the pop culture consciousness, because it's hard to remember to reckon with just how shocking and like amazing that moment was, and heartbreaking that moment was for people who did not know it was coming, and to people who did, because they pulled it off in such an amazing fashion. And that really led into the momentum of, the final episode, where people were like, how the hell is the show going to go on when it killed off its lead, Sean Bean? And it, as it turns out, just fine, because a vivid moment that I will always remember is sitting in my college dorm room watching the finale of season 1, and getting to the other big moment, the final moment when Dany's dragons are born, and as the book says, for the first time in hundreds of years, night was alive with the music of dragons. And I just remember as the camera pulls back on Danny and Drogon on her shoulder, and we start to hear his cries, and the camera pulls back, and then it cuts to black, and I just had chills coursing through my body. I'm like, oh my God, this is some of the greatest television I've ever seen in my entire life.
That screech of Drogon as the screen cuts to black, and well, yeah, it was just absolutely incredible. And I just, yeah, it's so funny because I remember reading like one of the headlines coming out of episode 9 was that book fans have been watching a different show than the rest of us. And I'm like, yeah. And I will just always remember my mom's reaction to the end of episode 9, where she was livid at me for letting her watch the show at all. She was just furious. She was like, I'm not even interested in the next one. This is horrible. This is crap. Why would they do this? It doesn't make any sense. And he's the heart and soul of the show. You can't do this. I'm just not interested in watching anymore. And then of course she did.
Mm-hmm.
Which, just saying, like, this show has not been interested in not pissing off fans, from the very beginning. So yeah. Maybe a lesson that certain people should have taken with them as they continued on with the show. But we'll get into that later. So yeah, it was so weird to watch this show explode in the way that it did, because I think like the early narrative around for fans of the show was like, I just hope it does well enough so we can at least get to Storm of Swords.
Mm-hmm.
And like adapt that book, and then like, if it at least limps its way to that, then we'll be happy. And well, not, I don't think any of us expected it to take over the pop culture in the way that it did. And it just seems insane, to the point where now we've got multiple spin-offs of the show, and like and then the original series lives on both, famously, and and through infamy for reasons that I don't agree with, but like but but it's certainly like, no matter how you choose to look at it, it's like it's made such a major impact uh on just culture. And that is something that I certainly never dreamed of for the series. And I'm just continue to be delighted at that, because the very fact that we have gotten an adaptation, a fantastic adaptation of The Hedge Knight, is like, because it's such a like small story, and the A Song of Ice and Fire, Westeros, like, like overall story, that it is not something that you think would have been primed for a like adaptation, and to be given like the you know to be on people's radars, and the fact that we've gotten that now. And I actually just got the 4K Blu-ray in the mail the other day, so really excited about that. But it's just stuff like that where you never thought that the story would take such a strong, sort of hold of just I keep using the term pop culture, but it's but that's what it is. And so yeah, 15 years later, I'm in awe of what they were able to achieve uh with this. It's really mind blowing.
Yeah, it truly was a lightning in a bottle, like once in a generation type event. That the show came at the time that it did, and that it struck such a resonant chord with our popular culture, to the point that people you would never ever think would watch a fantasy series were like not only like watching it, but were hyper invested in it. Like, I remember watching like things like the, seeing like Leslie Jones from Saturday Night Live, just like having almost like euphoric reactions to Game of Thrones that she was posting online, and it made me so happy. Like one of the joys that I felt was not only in watching the episodes again and again myself and talking about it with fans on Little Havens, like at the time Winter is Coming and later Watchers on the Wall, but also this was kind of my introduction to internet reaction videos, where I do not watch nearly as many of these anymore because I think they've become a little over scripted, but like back in the day, it was felt far more organic to just watch other people watch the show and have like genuine reactions of joy and shock and
I mean,
surprise. Yeah.
yeah, this big elephant in the room, the red wedding. Like it
Mhm.
was like the biggest thing in the world. And yeah, it's like the idea of seeing like George R. R. Martin on, Conan, you know, talking about seeing reaction videos online of people losing their shit to the red wedding. It's like there's no way you could have ever imagined something like that happening.
No.
It's kind of crazy.
It is, but it's also a testament to the fact that the show like inspired genuine, like not contrived passion from people like of all walks of life. Because like I would see people reacting to the show who were probably too young to be watching the show, and people in like their literally like their 70s and 80s who were enjoying it, and people from all different races, all different genders, all different backgrounds, people literally all over the world. And because this was the other thing, like it's an American show. It was shot in famously in Belfast, Northern Ireland, among other several European countries. It's also it's kind of like also like a British show in a certain respect, but this became a global phenomenon, like which was rare for a show to reach that level. And again, especially at the beginning, it felt like something that was truly bringing people together. And that was one of the things I loved most about it, and the fact that it gave us so many great characters and inspired such lively discussion. Because of course, one of the central conceits about the show was the whole idea of the Iron Throne and who would win it, and it was giving us like houses, and great contenders, and people, had to of course pick their favorite house. Like, do you like the Starks the best, or are you one of those dastardly people who enjoys the Lannisters, or are you do you believe in the return of the Targaryens, or are you united behind the one true king of the Stannis Baratheon, or are you like, I like the scrappy underdogs, I like the Greyjoys, I like the Tullys, I like the Aarons, I like the Tyrells, I like the Martells, or even like the smaller houses that just arose. And even when the characters didn't have, or characters who were just like great scheming fun, like Varys and Littlefinger, or or characters who were just became like almost little like cult celebrities in and of themselves, like Podrick Payne. It like you had so many entry points into the show, and for me, as someone who loved like all of it, I was just like throwing open my arms, and I'm just like, welcome one and all. This is great.
So that begs the question: who is your favorite house, Jared?
Oh man. In the end, I think the final season really sealed for me. It is the Starks. Yes. Ultimately, that's not to say that I don't like to be perfectly honest. I think the characters I probably enjoy watching the most are in fact the Lannisters. Not only because I think in a phenomenal cast they are some of the very best actors on the show, but really what in particular like the final episode and the specifically the beautiful final montage really set home for me was that ultimately this was for me the Stark story, and specifically the story of the Stark children. And that was one of the things that I found so powerful and emotional about it, because all of these, there were some of the actors who played the famous roles. I had known who they were before they joined the cast. Obviously, I knew who Sean Bean was. Obviously, I knew who Mark Addy was. I knew Lena Headey. I knew, I knew like Aidan Gillen as Tommy Carcetti from The Wire. And I had heard, and obviously there even actors who I had not been overly familiar with, I could look at their resume and be like, okay, they're very accomplished. But the kids were complete unknowns, and for most of them, this was their first ever acting gig. And we kind of touched on this last week when we talked about Hamnet and the great casting director Nina Gold, and like her brilliance for not only finding the right actor for the right role, but specifically for finding young actors who famously can be hit or miss and also don't have that much tape to work on. And then when the fact that they had these characters were not only like going to be big parts of the show, they were eventually going to take over the show. You had to hit on characters like Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen and Arya Stark and Sansa Stark and Bran Stark and Robb Stark if you were going to have a successful show. And this show hit on all of them with the absolute perfect actors who gave phenomenal performances for their entire runs on the show. And it's just like, you could remake this show 100 times over, and don't get any ideas, people, but you would never get this lucky with the cast again. I firmly believe it. These were special, Sophie Turner, Maisie Williams, Kit Harington, Isaac Hempstead Wright, Richard Madden, Emilia Clarke. Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah. It's, I mean, fun. Yeah, these actors are just like, you can never forget them. Yeah, and the fact that like, I mean, the fact that we almost had a different Daenerys, like, seems like insane to me, because like you can't possibly imagine anybody other than Emilia Clarke,
Yes.
as Daenerys, and like I think these things just they happen the way they're supposed to, and um and yeah, I love so many of these actors like so much that like it's very much the same thing I felt with Lord of the Rings, both the like though it was even bigger for that, just because of the sheer amount of like behind the scenes material we had for Lord of the Rings. So like I feel not only this intense loyalty towards the cast, but honestly towards the entire crew as well. And we just like, and we've seen stuff from the Game of Thrones crew, but just like perhaps not to that degree. But but I just like to reminisce a bit about that. I just remember like, when the 2004 Oscars rolled around and like everybody was getting their Oscars, and it felt like we knew every one of those people personally.
Yeah.
Um, it's this similar sort of thing where we spent so many years following these characters and these actors, and it's why like you carry stuff like that with you, like when you have Amelia Clark starring in Solo: A Star Wars Story, and you follow, that love of like her performance, like carries you into that, so that like you're rooting for her, and in that, and same thing for so many other actors, when um when Richard Madden shows up at the tail end of what's the movie called? Not, was it 1917?
In-
Um, it's like it hits you, because you're like that that's yeah, that's Rob, and like it's just I think forever we're going to sort of carry these actors with us,
Mhm.
um, in a way that like is very unique, and um, and like no matter how like briefly they were on the show,
Yeah.
um, it's funny to me that before this show, I knew the fact that I knew Mark Addy from A Knight's Tale, and to a certain degree, I still do, but also when I see him, I think, that's Robert of the House Baratheon, and like it just talk about someone who sort of overcame, you know, then not the odds, but like people had preconceived notions of like, um, he can't play Robert Baratheon. Like they just had these notions that they built up in their head of like, because they hadn't seen Mark Addy, you know, be like, strong muscle bound in his youth or anything. They had this idea of like, no, we need somebody who we believe in their youth was like, you know, uh this muscle bound god, and then over life turned into a bit of a slob. And
Oh
it's
my.
like these are like actors performing, and like, have any of you actually seen Mark Addy act in anything? Because he's pretty fucking great. and
Mhm.
and sure enough, when the show came around, he was one of the best parts of season one. Uh so yeah, it just, and then talk about like actors who will always, to a certain extent, be associated with their characters, or who broke through, you know Pedro
Yeah.
Pascal as Oberyn Martell. um and it's honestly still my favorite performance of his,
Yeah.
because he was just so goddamn charismatic as Oberyn.
Yeah,
um
it's funny given the fact that to the extent to which Pedro Pascal is now like literally everywhere and one of the most beloved actors that we have. The fact that like at the time he was cast in Game of Thrones, like not only was he like a struggling actor who was not very well known, but that the even the fandom was doing its classic fandom thing of like Oberyn being this legendary and like legendarily like handsome character, and when he's cast, people are like, Pedro Pascal, who's this? He's not handsome enough to play Oberyn. Bad choice. And then you watch the first episode, and you're like, oh my fucking god, this guy is incredible.
well, fast forward years, and now we have to put up with all the zaddy stuff.
Yeah.
um
Well,
so
which you take the good with whatever that is, and like he takes it in good stride, but yeah, it's a testament to the fact that yes, basically, even though he was a working actor before that, Game of Thrones is really what made Pedro Pascal. one of the biggest stars in the world. And that's true for a number of actors as well. Like one of the things because he's also, become a big movie star and is ubiquitous everywhere, you have to remember this is the show that gave us Jason Momoa. He was Khal Drogo. He was another almost unknown actor at the time, at least to people who hadn't watched Stargate. And then the fact that now he's starring in multi-billion-dollar movies.
Well, I was about to say that. I was like, don't let Stargate fans hear that, because they were like, no, we freaking knew Jason Momoa from Stargate. So
all due respect to all the Stargate fans, but Stargate was never as big as Game of Thrones, so most people did not know who he was.
But again, I was watching the premiere today, and I'm like, holy shit! Talk about someone who's come such a long way, and now it's and again, this goes back to what I was talking about the weird passage of time thing, where at the time, I was sort of sort of vaguely aware of the fact that he had been on Stargate, so I was like, oh, it's that guy. And now it's like, oh my god, it's Duncan freaking Idaho. At least that's what I'll say. Most people will probably say Aquaman, but
yeah.
but yeah, it's just so wild. Yeah, it's so we're going through all these characters, so it begs the question of who is your, do you have a favorite character on Game of Thrones?
Oh my god, it's like picking between children, and I don't even have children right now, so it's but it's imagine how torturous it would be.
It's such a bullshit question for me to ask, but we're doing
okay,
the thing.
I'll name one then. I will stick my hand up and say that as of today, the tides may shift differently. My favorite character across all 8 seasons of the show is Jaime Lannister. Yeah. This is a classic example of, again, one of the things the show did so well. It cast an actor who, admittedly, I had seen him in I think it was a show called New Amsterdam, very briefly, but I didn't really have a lot of emotional association with him in that role. And so when he was cast as Jaime Lannister, again, the fandom did its fandom thing of he's not how I pictured Jaime Lannister. And then I was just like, I'll trust the process on this. And then he just blows you away from the first episode, giving us the absolute hammer moment that ends the season premiere, the things I do for love, and the shocking action of not only engaging in in intimate relations with his sister Cersei, but then shoving a small 10-year-old child out of a window to presumably his death. Turns out not actually. But then, and of course, cementing himself even before Joffrey, believe it or not, as the very first villain of the show, and then to as book fans would be familiar, to go on a journey of emotional, grueling emotional challenges and loss, and a journey that shaped him and reforged him and engendered audience sympathy and investment until the point that he became sincerely one of the most beloved characters on the show, and continued all the way up to his character's end to just make you feel, what a fascinating and complex man this he is. And that is a testament again to not only the writing, but the performance and the show's willingness to essentially commit to the humanity of all of its characters. Even the characters who we would consider the most despicable and irredeemable villains in the show, characters like Joffrey and Ramsay, the show still shows us their humanity at times. And because this was ultimately a show, even though it's a fantasy show, it's a show centered primarily around human characters. And Jaime Lannister's humanity was the humanity that I just found to be among the richest and most rewarding of any character on the show. And Nikolai Coster-Waldau has a fan for life in me.
Yeah. Oh, but Jared, don't you know that he didn't have his redemption,
Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started.
which means his entire character arc was a waste.
Oh, no, 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 no. We will get there. But I'm in a happy place right now.
Well, you fucker. You took Jaime Lannister from me.
There are so many great and the funny thing is this is fitting. I almost said Cersei Lannister, and that would have been very interesting.
Well, then you and I are on a similar wavelength because I am going to say Cersei Lannister.
Yes.
And probably take a whole bunch of hate for this, but I will say this: I have a very short, what's the word I'm trying to I have a very small amount of tolerance for Cersei in the books.
Mm-hmm.
Because most of the time she just makes me want to scream. But the way she was written in the show and the way that she was performed by Lena Headey is like nothing short of brilliant. And just talk about a freaking complex character. Like she does so many things that are where you just look at her and you are the worst, the absolute worst. But you understand where she's coming from, what she's endured, um and just the fact that, again, the way Lena Headey plays her with where she'll be as evil as can be, but then she's got this, she's got the Cersei smirk. Not to boil it down to something so simple, but and just she's funny and she's and she makes you cry uh and just I don't know, it's almost hard to really boil down into words, but I'm just I just go to there's a couple of key moments that just kind of where I see the different aspects of Cersei that just make me love her so much. The first is sort of the most you don't know. I don't know, maybe you do. I was gonna say you don't necessarily think of comic relief when you think of Cersei, but actually maybe you do. It's the whole scene in Blackwater with her and Sansa and the way she when she plays drunk Cersei, it's just an absolute phenomenal thing. It's her line delivery of "It was expected of me" that I love so much. But then to go from that into the final scene of the episode where she's about to, you know, um, you know, kill her own son to save him from what's coming, and that is that is one of her most amazing dramatic moments. And then I think about, there's a scene in season 3, I think, where it's at the end of the season between her and Tyrion. um the scene where he's like, how long does it go on, and she says, until we've dealt with all our enemies. Every time we defeat an enemy, we create 2 more. And I suppose it'll go on for quite a while. It's like, as much as they hate each other, like in that moment, like they get each other so much, and they're on that same wavelength. And then, like, I'm gonna go to her final scene with Jamie in the bells, just like, in spite of everything that she's done, like building up to that moment and wanting to, like, just crush all of her enemies and, like, not give an inch, and then she's reduced to, you know uh, someone who's just scared, both for herself and for her baby, and just and allows her to feel all the comfort that she can feel in that moment in the arms of the man she loves. And, like, it's such a you shouldn't almost be able to feel any sympathy for her at that point, just because of the things that she's done. And yet there's just been this amazing way that they've painted Cersei as a character to make her someone who you loathe with every inch of with every fiber of your being, and you also feel incredibly sorry for her. And I just think they did such a remarkable job with the character, and Lena Headey just, like, just knocked out of the park. The fact that, like, as you know, I try not to get, bound up in the awards and stuff, but I'm still furious that she never won an Emmy for her performance, because, oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, she was nominated several times, and I was always delighted when she was. But yes, I was always rooting for her most of all among the cast to get recognition, because she had so many moments that not only like moved me and got me, deeply invested in her character, even when she was doing very terrible things. I just found her to be one of the most fascinating and complex cinematic characters ever written, frankly. And this is one of the chief reasons why I have a long list of characters who I personally uh, feel were done better in the show than in the books, and with whom I was more emotionally invested in with the character in the show than in the books. And number one on that list is Lena Headey as Cersei Lannister. I think, like, she completely owned the role and made it her own. And I just, the fact that she became such an integral part of the show through all 8 seasons, like ultimately leading to her, ascending the Iron Throne for the final couple seasons, was, such an unexpected place for her character to go, but also just it all tracks. It all made perfect sense along the way. And I'm so glad you called out her final scene, because it's one of my favorite scenes of hers, and also specifically the scene shortly before that, when she is in the midst of the crumbling red keep and is truly scared and recognizing that she's about to die, and then she sees Jamie has come back for her.
Yeah.
And the way that she breaks down, and the way he runs to her and holds her in his arms, like, again, it sounds, we just have to accept the fact that, like, yes, people are like, oh, these two are brother and sister and this is really messed up, but in that moment you don't think about that. You think about this man and this woman who are deeply in love and have had a lot of issues between them, but they are here for each other now. Yeah, and this is why, again, like, even though I said House Stark is my favorite house overall, like, the Lannisters are just so damn complex and wonderful, because we both cited up Lannister as our favorite character, and neither one of us said the character who is probably, in the consensus of the Game of Thrones fandom, the most popular and beloved character of all, which is Tyrion.
Well, and maybe it's just because it feels like such a basic answer, because you could so easily just say Tyrion. But I don't know. It's yeah, I think they're all so beautifully messed up. And so like, but this goes back to the fact that like I said like it was a shit question for me to ask because you could name so many characters and like I'll sign off of the stream later and I'll be like, oh, I should have said so and so. And like, I could have very easily said, Tyrion. I could have said Danny. I could have, um, honestly, I could have said Davos too. And
Yeah.
it's like there's just so many beautiful, beautiful characters on this show. And so like, yeah, it's really just about what I'm feeling at the moment that
Yeah.
I think about it. So um but yeah, okay. So all right, we got our first hour down of like and we talked about the sort of fundamentals. Where do you want to go with this next? Because there are a number of directions
Uh,
we could
well,
go.
I mean, I think we probably need to focus on several of the big defining events that are associated with the show because this what even though I think every single episode of this show is phenomenal, there are certain episodes that stand above the rest in the popular culture. And they are some of them are the episodes that you expect, like the reigns of Castamere and Baelor. But then there were the episodes that just came out of absolute nowhere, something like Hardhome, which I remember that being like a defining moment for the show because it was again something that is alluded to in the books but happens off screen, and when it became clear we were actually going to see it, and it became one of the most iconic and thrilling and terrifying episodes of the entire show, ending with a moment that now lives in pop culture, consciousness eternally, with the Night King doing his to put it in the parlance of the internet, his come at me bro or come at me Snow pose raising the dead. That was a moment that I will always remember because again, this season 5 was the season that the show really started to forge its own path because frankly, it was not only running out of book material to adapt, but it was having to based on the choices it was making, the necessary choices I feel to streamline the story. It was having to also start to forge its own path. And this was an episode where, again, they took something that was mentioned in the books, they blew it out into a whole big spectacle they completely took everyone by surprise, even book readers. Really introduced. We had seen the Night King before in season 4, episode 4, Oathkeeper, which actually was another big moment for book readers because that was at the time we learned exactly what happens to those babies Craster leaves in the forest, and was completely blew everyone's mind. But this was like the Night King's big coming out party, and it let us know that we're in for a ride here, that we don't know what's coming, and for me that was thrilling.
Yeah, I always I think that the ending of episode 4 of season 4 is always like one of my big spine tingling moments because following that walker,
Yeah.
like bit by bit, you're like, how much are we gonna see? And it was showing us that something that we had not gotten with the books yet. And I just remember being like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, they're
Yeah.
they're doing it, they're doing it. And and the ending of that episode was like, we're in uncharted territory now. Like it really felt that way. And then it really exploded in season 5 with Hard Home. And yeah, as you say, the come at me bro moment. But yeah, I just I still like that is probably like one of my most revisited episodes, Hard Home, just because it's like you just could not believe the things you were seeing. Um and yeah, and that's like, as you said, that's when it felt like the show was really forging its own path. And um between that and we were also getting like Tyrion meeting Danny,
Yes.
which was such a, well, let's not let that get lost in the discussion about, what was actually happening at Hard Home. Um, which, by the way, this is also my absolute favorite dress that Danny ever wore. Just want to say that I love the whole look of it, the white color with the scales and everything.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, it was just, yeah, there was such a thrill at that. Um, because we'd gone through so many seasons of the show knowing like what was going to happen, and and it just felt, I was just so on edge waiting to see what was going to happen next. It was like watching a whole new show because we just didn't know what was going to happen. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
No,
insane.
and yeah, and that's why it remains one of my absolute favorite episodes of the show. Like, at one point, I had my full ranking, like 1 to 73, and again, I love them all. But I think Hard Home was like in the top 2 or 3 because it's, like, and we mentioned like beloved characters as well. Like, that episode is not only great for Jon and Danny and Tyrion, it's a great Tormund episode. There's that who I always say is my favorite one episode character in the entire series, Carsey, the wildling mother, who
Yes.
who is again a completely original character, but as soon as she showed up on the show, played by Birgitte Hjort Sorensen, you loved her, and I loved her, and then I was heartbroken when she died and got reanimated as a wight. But like, her being the like doing the like being the wildling who really starts to trust Jon Snow alongside Tormund, and the little bonding moment of the I fucking hate Thens. And then seeing like that she's got the 2 kids who she gets to safety, and then meets a horrifying end at the hands of the children whites. And it's like that, like the fact that the show made me care that much about that character in that one episode is like something that always stands out in my mind. And then also just like the authentic emotional relationships that are starting to be forged. Because also in that episode, that's the episode where like Sansa learns from Theon that Bran and Rickon are still alive, and it really starts to forge their bond that becomes incredibly important over the remaining episodes of the show. And it's it's an episode that where we're essentially seeing Cersei in prison and really struggling with the faith militant, and like she's really on her back foot leading up to the Walk of Shame. And it's like that's why like that episode is so rich, but it really for me served as like a jumping off point where the show again started to really become its own piece of art. Because we will all, it is true that the show is an adaptation in certain respects of the A Song of Ice and Fire novels. But I always go back to the credit in the episode where it says based on A Song of Ice and Fire by George R. R. Martin. It does not say a religious one-to-one translation for the cinematic screen of A Song of Ice and Fire by George R. R. Martin, which I think some people wish it was. And that is something that, as George R. R. Martin himself once said, he wrote this story to be unadaptable in certain respects. And the show, the showrunners, David Benioff and D.B. Weiss, did successfully adapt like a lot of the greatest moments, but over the course of the series, like it became, their show, and it became the cast show, and it became the crew show, and like they started to make it their own. And that is why I think it is ultimately a beautiful piece of art that, yes, is capable of standing completely on its own from the books. And I will be honest, like I have revisited the show many more times than I have the books, and that doesn't mean that one is inherently superior to the other. But for me, I can definitely say that I forged the emotional connection with the show, and I love it. It's closer to my heart because of just the journey that we went on with these versions of the characters to completely unexpected places.
Oh, and big part of that for me at least has to do with the fact that, like, as mentioned earlier, A Dance with Dragons came out in 2011, about a month or so after the first season ended, and it's been a freaking long ass time since we've had like a new chapter in the story of the books. Um and in that time we've gotten a full, you know, 7 more seasons of the original series, 2 seasons going on 3 now for House of the Dragon, and a season of A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Like, we've just gotten so much more content in the years, uh, from the show. And so, like, yeah, it was funny to think that, like, when the first season started, I had like a couple of things where I was like, well, I pictured this different in the book. I wish this was a bit closer to the book. But in the year since then, I'm like, the TV show has become like the sort of the version that I think of with this story, because that's what happens when you don't have any new content. I've said in the past, like, this is like, I'm much more interested in following the future of the television, side of the story, because we're actually getting content. And well, I'm not gonna, like, we'll save the thoughts related to that for a little bit later on. But just as a practical matter, like, it's been much easier for me to get emotionally involved in the TV shows uh, over the past 15 years. So, yeah.
And again, it's the same thing where like we develop like organic emotional connections to the characters that we're seeing on screen, and seeing like the humanity that they're being portrayed with by their talented, performers, and then becoming invested in those performers, themselves, and also being continuously surprised by what they can do. Like, the character of Daenerys Targaryen has become an icon of popular culture. And if you look at, primarily for her commanding presence, when in scenes like Dracarys, and when she, takes down, when she takes down the slavers, and, her riding Drogon into battle. And then you look at Emilia Clarke, who is this pint-sized brunette with just an absolutely delightful smile and energy, who is just like almost bouncing off the walls, and you're like, even if they're the same, like, you're just awed by the fact that she's able to portray a character that with that level of range. And that's why I like to say that, like, I forward such a connection with the cast that literally anytime I see a Game of Thrones actor in anything, my brain just immediately clocks them, even if they're a small part, like like the actor who plays Yoren, like Francis McGee, and I'm just like, Yoren. and obviously these actors are not defined by the single role that they portrayed on Game of Thrones, but like, it was a testament that the show just made me care to that level about all of these characters that I will be honest, like, in certain respects, I did not forge the same connection with those level of book characters. Like, obviously, I loved Arya and Jon Snow and Jaime Lannister and every, both in the books and in the show, but it's still different, like, and the fact that, like, for instance, like, I was far more invested in Arya's journey with Sandor Clegane, the Hound, in the show, than I was in the books. I think it's rightly cited, and then like for instance the connection that she, again in another departure from the books, like the episodes where she's bouncing off Tywin Lannister. It's just like those are some of my absolute favorite Arya moments, and they're not in the books. They're here.
Speaking of which, let's just take a moment to like he praise on Charles Dance as Tywin Lannister. Just like again, like another no, like there's just too many wonderful actors and characters, in this show to mention. Like it just it's so funny to think that the thing that I primarily knew Charles Dance from when I was younger was Last Action Hero. And I was like, oh hey, I know that guy. And I've since, obviously come to know him from a great number of other things. But yeah, it was just so thrilling to see him like chewing up scenery in this show and being so awful, but also so like you were excited every time he popped up on screen, even though you knew he was going to be treating Tyrion like absolute shit.
Yes.
But yeah, I just, oh god, he was so good.
Yeah, and again, going back to the Lannisters, like if anyone said like their favorite Lannister, it's Tywin Lannister, I would not blink an eye at that, because he just made him such an iconic villain, yes, but also again imbued with rich humanity and just so much goddamn fun to watch. Particularly when he was sharing the screens with any of his children, or with the great Dame Diana Rigg as Olenna Tyrell. It just like he was one of those characters who always brought, made the scene feel alive and dynamic. And obviously he's only with us for the first half of the show, but like he still casts a large shadow over it. And I just think that is again a testament to what happens when you cast like a powerhouse actor in a rich role and you just let them cook. Like I think about the scene where he's educating his grandson Tommen over about what it means to be a good king, and he's doing it with his other dead grandson Joffrey right there, and just completely disrespectful of his daughter's feelings in the scene. But you're just like mesmerized by how like commanding his presence is, and you got to respect the game.
I'm gonna answer James's question about my favorite episode. I was hoping you'd just be satisfied with Jared's answer and that I wouldn't have to. Because I'm like, it's really a tough question for me to answer because there are so many things that go into it for me. And I'm going to try not to answer this purely just off of a sort of in a reactionary way, because like there's a part of me that really wants to name a season 8 episode, because but then I ask myself, is that because I really feel that way, or because I just want to, fight back against the narrative of season 8? Because in a lot of ways I really do, like, I love the episode The Long Night. For me it's just absolutely incredible, and like I don't think I've been thrilled by an episode more. But then also, like, I go to what Jared's answer of The Winds of Winter, and for me there's just so many aspects of that episode that are so like powerful for me and beautifully executed. I think about, yeah, I think, and both of those episodes actually share a quality in the music, because Ramin composed the absolutely gorgeous Oh, my mind's blanking out on the name of the
Oh,
piece
the
of
light of the seven.
Light of the Seven, and then but then the piece, The Night King, in The Long Night, is similar in that vein, and so I almost want to pick like out of left field answer, but that wouldn't be. But then that also wouldn't be truthful. Yeah, I'm gonna stay true to my heart on this and say The Long Night.
Hmm.
It's not a popular answer. I get that. Um, but for me, it's there's so much, and I know a lot of people like to dismiss it as, oh, it's just a episode of action, which I don't agree with. It's there's so much emotion going on in that episode, and it's the build up and culmination of so much. Um, and so, popular answer or not, that's what I'm going to go with. We're going to get into sort of our feelings about the discourse around season 8 in a little bit, but yeah, I remember watching that episode and not breathing. Like, what, I'm sure I did, otherwise I would have died. But
Yeah,
but it was
it's
just,
a long episode.
yeah.
Oh,
But it just, yeah. I've very seldom had a reaction to an episode of television like I did with that, and I just found it absolutely thrilling from beginning to end.
yeah, the Long Night is in my top 5 episodes, and I personally, funnily enough, those are actually the 2 episodes that I rewatched prior to this stream. I rewatched The Winds of Winter and I rewatched The Long Night. And I wish I could have gotten to more because those episodes also share another important quality, which is they share the same director, Miguel Sapochnik, who became kind of the show's specialist for their big set piece episodes in the latter seasons. And if you wanna share, we want to share a little bit of that heat, Gwen. I will just say that my number 2 favorite episode of the entire series is another episode that would draw some ire from certain circles, which is the
It can,
Bells. The Bells is actually my second favorite episode of the entire
I'm,
show.
I'm gonna let you expand on that, but I am going to just pause for a second here, and since we do have James in the chat and anybody else, it will be fine if you disagree with us on things we say. A lot of people do. But I would just ask everybody to keep it courteous, and let's not let this devolve, into, uh, you know, just like, anybody who's in the chat, free to have your opinions. We have our opinions. I just know that Game of Thrones discussions can have a tendency to get, uh, well, to put it mildly, get heated, and it becomes very personal. And this is not personal. This is our own, like, individual reactions and things. So long as we all respect that, we're good. Okay, I'm gonna let you
Yeah.
continue, Joe.
Yeah, no, I just want to echo that because, this is personal for us. We are being our authentic selves and being open with how much we love this show. And, you were saying when you were choosing your favorite episode that you had to be true to yourself. That is what we are doing right now.
Yeah,
And we're not asking anyone else to not be true to themselves. But we're just asking for, empathy and understanding that, like, we have thought about this and we have we're coming at it from our own truthful place, and as long as everyone can do that, then we would have a much more pleasant time on the internet. But we're glad that everyone's here, and we just want to forge ahead. And yeah, we don't need to go into like the details about that episode because I'm sure we will get into it. But in terms of episodes that have like just left my jaw on the floor and emotionally like devastated me, but also had me like just in absolute, like awe of what was happening and how brilliant I thought it was pulled off. Like The Bells is, I think, a singular work of art in that way. It's an episode that I will just kind of sit quietly. I always watch all the way through the credits, but I will just sit in like complete silence and just embrace the moment from when Arya, the beautiful moment where Arya like finds the horse and then rides off through the ruins of King's Landing. Yes, it was and this is kind of where the show really, I think, excelled at not only yes, there's a lot of spectacle and a lot of action, and they were able to do things with an expanded budget that they were famously not able to do in the earlier seasons. But for me personally, I feel like the show never lost its focus on character. And like in this episode, The Bells, like the character of Arya really is kind of our central point of view for the last half of it. And like, I have never been more like it's funny to say about the fact that Arya also has an incredible stretch in The Long Night where she is being hunted by the Whites in like the terrifying walls of Winterfell, and I was terrified for her in that scene, and then thrilled for her when she had the triumphant moment of killing the Night King at the end. But then I was even more terrified and invested in her run out of the city, because she had just had this incredible moment of emotional catharsis where she, with Sandor Clegane, where she had essentially saved the world, but she had not saved herself. She was still fixated on revenge and was willing almost to give up her life for it, until this man that she had forged this connection, this unlikely emotional connection with over the course of multiple seasons, even though she professed to hate him for most of it, he was the one who was able to reach her in that moment and save her, because he understood where she was coming from. And even though he thought it was too late for him, it was not too late for her, and he was right. And I just remember just being so moved by that choice and so incredibly invested in seeing Arya get to live out the new lease on life that she had. Because again, she had killed the literal manifestation of death, but she herself was still trapped by it until Sandor, in many respects, set her free. And then she had to fight for her life to get out of the city. And then in the final episode, she finally gets to choose her own path and go sail what's west of Westeros. And this is one of the reasons why, like when we get into discussions of season 8, I'm like, there's so much great stuff here. But yeah.
Yeah, and we will touch on that, like our frustrations about the discourse surrounding season 8. But um, James asked favorite character for each of you. We talked about this, and for Jared, you mentioned Jamie, and I mentioned Cersei, for like, which cracked both of us up, because like, it's because our favorite house is the Starks, but they're just so fascinating. And the fact that we picked the two Lannisters besides the most popular Lannister is funny. But then I could have just as easily said Tyrion, or as I said earlier, I could have also picked Dany. I could have picked Davos, but it's just an abundance of riches. But I think right now we were both feeling Jamie and Cersei. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, but just to talk about, like, without getting into the sort of larger conversation around season 8, I just want to like echo all the things that you were saying about the bells. I think it's like, it's just one of the most like, and again, like, saying stuff like, there's no way around it. These things are not going to be popular for most. Most people will not be a lot of people, I should say, will not be in agreement with this on this. But I think it's one of the show's greatest achievements, just because it's like, the episode itself is like a horror show in terms of what happens. And it just, like, I think it's one of the most shocking episodes. And no, not shocking in a way, oh, they were just going for shocked, but like the way it turns everything on its head. I think technically it's one of the most astonishing episodes the show ever did. And it's funny because I actually look at season 8 as like the first half is almost like you know, if you took the two types of episode 9s that we tended to get throughout the run of the series, you had the like insane, like huge action spectacle, and then you also had the episode 9s that were like the gut wrenching, oh my god, what the hell is happening? I can't believe that just happened moments. And it's like season 8 is basically both of those, and one is the first half of the season, the other is the second half. And I just remember like being horror stricken at like at what we were seeing in that episode, and just the fact that when you know what happens, we all we get is like the ground perspective on it. And I think that was such a bold choice for the show, and like you said, Arya guides us through that. So I just, yeah, it always struck me as it was funny because I had tuned out from the conversation by that point because I saw the writing on the wall. So I was not looking to see what other people were saying about it, but I just was like, I basically remember having like Tyrion's reaction in that episode of there's that shot of him just horror stricken and like this look of what the fuck just happened. And that was sort of, you know, what I felt. And it was so emotionally like traumatizing in a big way. And I think, um, yeah, I just, so for me, that's what makes it like one of the big moments in all of Game of Thrones. And we can, you know, we can talk about the stuff surrounding that later, but I'm glad you mentioned it um, because yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I wasn't that wasn't a year I was at Ice and Fire Con. I think I did go to Con of Thrones that year, which was I feel like it was a couple months after the end of the show, and boy, were things was that a difficult con to get through just because of the reactions to the show and stuff. Um, but yeah, I can't imagine doing a live. I don't know that I would have wanted to do a live viewing for season 8. Um, just you know, sort of. I think it turned out better that was a private experience for me. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
definitely had my ritual down in the last final seasons where I was like I would always watch all the episodes twice because they would air on HBO and then there would be a rerun and I would always watch them both. But I was always of the opinion that like if when I watch this, I am going to be locked the fuck in. So if you are going to watch it with me, there will be no talking, and we will get, all questions will wait till the end. And never more so was that the case than the Long Night episode, which was probably my single most anticipated episode of television ever.
well, I actually want to ask you, like in general, like how are you with like watching with people, like not just for like obviously you just said if you're watching something fresh, you're locked in. Like, how are you in group settings? Like if you've seen something already, say.
Oh, then I'm fine. Like, like this is one of those things where I like, I've seen every episode of this show probably 12 times. So like that now, like you can talk and do whatever you want because I know exactly what's happening. But it is true that I still really want to I want to enjoy. I want to share the show with people who love it. One of the you had mentioned, your mom's reaction to the show, Gwen. One of the great delights was that because I wouldn't shut up about the show for the first 2 seasons, I actually got my parents to watch it, and then they loved it. They became completely invested, and like when I was spending time with them, when we got to watch episodes together, that was always a blast. And then like my friends were into the show as well, and getting to watch it with them, like that was a delight. It was just that, like, especially in those later seasons when none of us knew what was happening, like I was just like, I need to focus. This is one of the most important things happening in my life right now. But I do love the communal aspect of it. Like I mentioned, the reaction videos. Some of my favorite reaction videos to watch were the ones from the Burlington Bar in Chicago,
Yeah.
where there was like an entire. And I obviously was never in the crowd for those, but I was delighted to always see the same cast of characters always enthusiastically like reacting to the show as it was happening, and like it just like I looked forward to those almost as much as the episodes themselves.
Well, because what I always loved about watching those videos specifically was because they captured those real in the moment reactions and not the um let's we've now all listened to the discourse. Let's let's rethink our reactions. No, it captured what people were actually feeling in the moment of those episodes, and yeah, so for that reason it was a lot of fun. I will say I'm awful when I'm watching stuff with people. Like, the exception is if it's something that I've seen like 5 billion times, like when we were all in Dallas together
Yeah,
and we watched like Star Wars together.
yeah,
Like, that's fine. Let's all talk away and have fun and joke, but most of the time I'm insufferable. I'm like, you please just shut up and watch the episode.
uh,
I am that person. I will admit.
yeah.
So
Which
yeah,
which which,
that's why the
which is
idea of doing those group setting watches, like, it's usually not for me.
yeah. Again, it's one of those things that's fun to do. Like if you're there more for like the social event of it and hanging out with your friends. But when you're like that invested, like in the story itself, and like some of the other people, lovely as they are not quite as invested. Like that definitely can be a little triggering because you're like, I don't want to be here, like having a second screen experience, talking. I want to be in Westeros with these characters.
Well, because I have done a couple of those live watch alongs at Ice and FireCon for in 1 year. It was a couple of Game of Thrones episodes, and then like the next year it was like a couple House of the Dragon episodes. And I say this with all love to all of my friends who I got together and I had a blast hanging out with, but a lot of people in those settings think that they're the cleverest people in the entire world.
Yeah.
And that every little joke they make is like the first time it's ever been said. And,
Yeah,
and
this is not just an in-person phenomenon. This is an online phenomenon where you would go and like read like the Twitter replies or whatever, and it's like everyone in the replies was making the exact same joke, and everyone thought that they were the first person to make it, and it was like almost like a sociological experiment of saying like, see, like this is actually a testament to like the common nature of humanity, because you think you're this unique, distinct individual, and look around a million people exactly like you.
um and so, like, yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Like, if I'm watching something and I want to watch it, I want to be invested. I don't want to hear the most like predictable, jokes or comments, and like it's just not the way I watch things. It's not the way I like to watch things. So, yeah. And like I said, all love to all I love you guys. You guys are great, but those live watch parties were not my favorite experiences with you all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and also like if you're gonna talk at the screen, then like
Yeah.
you do know that the characters can't hear you, and I have to remind myself of that sometimes. But like since we're talking about like Miguel Sapochnik episodes, like and the I cited like the Winds of Winter is my absolute favorite. I think it is for me the single best episode of television I have ever seen of any television show. I think it's perfect. But the episode right before that, the Battle of the Bastards, is also an all-time classic, and that was an episode that I was just thrilled beyond measure to enjoy and take in, and just be so so moved and so heartbroken, and then so triumphant with the badass ending that is delivered when the Starks finally retake Winterfell and Sansa gets her revenge on Ramsay. And then I go online and I see everyone is making the same silly Rickon why didn't he zigzag joke, and I'm just like, guys, pay attention to something. Like it's like I get it. I'm sad. I'm sad that he died too. But come on, like let's
It just like, and now maybe we are starting to really get into some of our grievances about like Game of Thrones discourse, but it's such a superficial way of looking at like stories and stuff. It's to like, if we're not going to talk about the themes, we're not going to talk about the performances. Let's talk about this tiny little thing that annoyed us. And and this is not exclusive to Game of Thrones. This is going on
yeah.
across the board in all manner of stories and things. But it is like one of my most like my biggest pet peeves. But it's that's what sort of the online space and social media, like, it encourages stuff like that, and it's why I don't like it. I don't like to be on there, particularly when I'm watching something, because I don't want to hear about people getting upset over a Starbucks coffee cup. I don't care. I care about what was going on with the characters in the episode. I care about like again the performances, like the piece of music that Ramin Djawadi composed. It's that's what I'm interested in, and so I don't know. It just became too much by the end, and it's why I was mostly off of social media and entertainment websites for season 8, and it was because there was just such cynicism attached to the entire thing, and that doesn't interest me. And I've carried that with me ever since in everything that I watch. If I'm watching a new season of something, I'm probably not having conversations with you about it online. Well, not you specifically. I probably am having conversations with you, Jared. But like with other people in the sort of social media space, because there's very limited reward from that I've found. And that's the case with me. That isn't won't be the case with other people, and I respect that. But I've just found that like there's a part of me that still wants to be that young kid who was just popping in a videotape and watching something and deciding for himself like what his reaction was, and uh, so that's how I prefer to absorb things.
We
But
are of we are of like mind in that, and I want to steer the conversation back to more celebratory mood because I'm not quite ready to
yeah,
go dark yet. But I will note because you mentioned the Starbucks coffee cup. I'm particularly proud of this. I have never seen the Starbucks coffee cup because when I was watching the episode, I was paying attention to the characters and the emotions, and I was completely locked in, and I didn't fucking notice it. And by the time I had heard about it, they had edited it out of the episode already, and now I absolutely refuse to look at any pictures of thing because I think it's the single dumbest controversy in the history of this show. And if you want to all have fun with that, do it without me, because I thought it was. I was just like, "Are you kidding me?" I'm done with this.
I never saw it, and I'm very happy. You know what else? In the original theatrical screenings of Fellowship of the Ring, there was a car in the background.
I do remember this.
Yeah. So like everything has its, goof ups. I never saw the car.
Yeah.
And that was removed too. But I feel the same way about it. It's like,
Yeah.
you can see a freaking Uruk-hai lift his head up at the end of Fellowship of the Ring. And there's actually quite a large number of goofs in those movies, like there are in many movies. And like it happens. And so the fact that that became such a talking point annoyed the hell out of me. And yeah, I'm also proud to say I never noticed it for myself, but yeah. Anyway, so let's get back onto more joyous things. We were talking about like, big moments, big episodes and stuff. Before I get a little more perhaps unpredictable in my choices, I just feel like I've got to say Blackwater, because that was such a huge big moment for the show, as it was when they finally got to do like big battle stuff. But also it's just an incredibly written episode, and the direction is great. They got Neil Marshall for that. And I actually always kind of felt bad that like they never brought Neil Marshall back for an episode in the later seasons, because it always kind of rubbed me the wrong. It always kind of rubbed me the wrong way that once they got like a bigger budget to play with, like that they didn't bring back the guy who like figured out battle scenes on a lower budget. I don't know if there was anything behind that going on, but I loved his work on both Blackwater and The Watchers on the Wall. So I would have loved to see what he would have done. Maybe with a non-battle episode, perhaps. I don't know, but in any case, I thought both of those episodes were just stellar, but especially Blackwater, which was just like there was just so much that was so great, because it was the first time the show felt like it got to sort of really settle down and focus on one location, and it just felt like that was opening up new territory. We got to I feel like that's the first time that we really got to dive into the Hound's character in a big way. And obviously like Peter Dinklage like owns that episode. Just, he's got, you know, he's got a big battle speech towards the end of the episode, and like he's just I mean I love how he's really is sort of the lead in that season, in a way that like he wasn't in season one, and he wasn't always after that. Like he was always, he always got top billing, but it felt like season two was one of the seasons where he was really like the, star of the show. And yeah, again, like also all of Cersei's stuff with Sansa, was just great. Um, and like the rendition of the Reigns of Castamere by the National at the end of the episode. It was just, this was the episode that kind of feel like it showed that they could do like something else with this. It was like taking things to another level. And so it may have gotten overshadowed in years to come with like, again, like battle episodes that had like a bigger budget and stuff like that. But I think that this episode just had such a great balance of like character and action and uh and just like great performances, and yeah, I loved it.
Mhm. Too. And it's my friend Eric Monroe, who is a regular on Ken Knapsack's Game of Thrones show Casterly Talk. I think he cites this as probably his favorite episode of the show, or one of them, because he's a big Stannis Baratheon fan. It's easy to see why, because this is one of Stannis's finest hours, and like that was one of the things that made this battle so unique. Was it really had you invested in characters on both sides. And obviously, we who had read the book knew the outcome, that the Lannisters would ultimately win the battle. But that didn't mean that I wasn't incredibly invested in all the characters. Specifically, like the fact that they were able to show this at all, and like famously, like David and Dan had to go to HBO and say, we need some extra money so we can actually do this episode, or it's going to have to be more of a chamber piece inside. And HBO trusted them and gave them the budget, and then it paying off in spectacular fashion with the big wildfire explosion that like which was one of the show's biggest like visual like triumphs. The fact that like it looked that good, and just I again have chills down my spine remembering Davos seeing Bronn's arrow light the wildfire and just screaming, "Mathos, get down!" and then getting blown off the ship, and seeing Stannis's reaction to it, and Tyrion's reaction to it, and Joffrey's reaction to it, the little psycho, and Sandor's reaction to it. Just incredible. And then immediately followed up with Stannis, completely unfazed, saying like, "Prepare to land." And then they're like, "My lord, the fire." He's like, "Hundreds will die, thousands." But then leading the charge himself.
Come with
and
me
you're
and take this city.
Yes. And that was definitely a moment where you're like, you could fully get behind Stannis Baratheon and his quest to claim what he saw was rightfully his in the Iron Throne. But you were also invested on Tyrion too.
Well, that was the thing. Like, it sort of inverses what you think you would want, because like you want like Cersei defeated, you want Joffrey defeated, but you're rooting for Tyrion.
Yeah.
And then you open the episode, Stannis is a dick, but you're cheering for Davos because he's likable. But then he gets taken out, early on. So all of a sudden you're in this position of really rooting uh
For
for Tyrion
Tyrion.
to defend the city and for the Lannisters to win. And but then you don't know how you feel about that, because there's a bunch of Lannisters who you just don't like at all. So it really is an episode of like just screwing with your loyalties.
Yeah.
And giving you people to root for. And like, even if you don't like Stannis, you have to admire like is sort of, I guess, bravery and courage and like resolve in the face of like when when everybody else is like, all right, we're done. He's like, no, we're not, and I'm gonna lead you myself. And yeah, it just, and on top of that, like, this is the battle where Melisandre has been left behind, and so you feel it's a bit more what Stannis is, the victory that he's aiming for. This is more honorable than what we've seen from him in the past. Uh, so yeah, it's like you don't really quite know who to root for in this episode, but all the characters are incredibly fascinating and sympathetic in their own ways, and so I thought it was brilliant how they pulled that off. And yeah, and the fact that you are able to feel so much for a character like Cersei in this episode is a real victory. I named her as my favorite character for a reason. She's just so amazing. And like I said, her one-liners as she's getting drunk. are
Yeah.
just like so much fun. Um, uh, and, I forget like what Sansa says, but when she's like, "Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you?" Uh,
Yeah.
it's just like she's so petty in the episode. It's so great.
Yeah, I just again this was a master class from Lena Headey of
Yeah,
drunk acting and also, as you said, for Peter Dinklage as Tyrion. Like, he rightly won 4 Emmys for his role as Tyrion, the only Game of Thrones actor to win, although many of them were nominated. But it always boggles my mind that one of the seasons he didn't win for was season 2, because
yeah.
it's like this is really one of, I mean, I think he lost to Aaron Paul from Breaking Bad, so like I get it, but I'm also like, come on. This is
I actually forgot that he didn't win for season 2. That's how like I was like, "What are you talking about? Of course he did." But no, I just not.
yeah, but I mean, it's still one of his finest performances.
Yeah,
As you mentioned, giving the speech before the battle, and specifically the brilliant moment that he like kind of ad libs with, where right before he's about to lead the attack, he kind of mutters to himself, "I'll lead the attack. I'll lead the attack," like right before. So he says it to himself before and then he gives the big speech with ending with "Those are brave men out there. Let's go kill them." And just like, and again, that's where you're just like, "Fuck yeah, House Lannister, go!" And, oh man, it's and of course, we cannot comment on that episode without noting, like, Joffrey being just the most cowardly little win.
actually feel like this is a moment where you actually feel some sympathy for
You
Joffrey
you
because
you
like it's understandable.
it's understandable, but then of course, he doesn't stay with it. Like, he talks himself up and tries to write his own legend afterwards. But yes, when he's actually like recognizing that he's this 17-year-old kid who's about to have to do real war and battle, like, again, this is where I talked about where the humanity of a character that most people would consider a monster actually shines through, and you see that, like, yes, he does monstrous things, but he is not like this demon born from, the pits of hell. He is a scared and frightened and little boy.
Of course, it's further complicated by the fact that even as he's running away to hide, he's like not even attempting to leave his men with like a good commander, because even as he's leaving things in Tyrion's hands, he's also arranging for Tyrion to be murdered
Yeah.
by Sir Mandis. so like so like yeah, he's just the worst. But but yeah, but you nonetheless feel sympathy for him, and I'm just being reminded. Okay, the reason why he didn't win this year was because he had one for season 1. I'm
Yeah.
remembering that.
So the seasons he won for were season 1, season 5, season 7, and season 8.
Yeah,
But he was
which
nominated for all 8.
but it is crazy because you think like if he would have won for any seasons, it would have been 2 and 4, and he didn't win for them. So
Yeah.
yeah, um, but yeah, I'll let you pick another episode, but not until I say one more because I don't want you to steal it from me because it's a bit like because it's not something you necessarily would jump right to, but I think it's like one of the best hours of the show, which is the laws of gods and men.
Yes, we had
The crying
we absolutely have to talk about that one, especially because one of the staples that I'll be citing is it's a Brian Cogman episode,
yeah.
which, yeah, please expound.
Just because like I always love legal like trial episodes, especially in shows where you don't expect to find them. another one of my favorite TV episodes is the two-part season 3 finale of Battlestar Galactica, which is another trial episode, and they're just so much fun when they're outside of the context of like an actual legal drama. Um, and it's just like the decks are so stacked against Tyrion in this episode. Like everybody's perjuring themselves, you know, to see him executed. And but the fact that it's Shay's testimony that like causes him to erupt. And again, another Tyrion speech that final speech where he just refuses to give in. And uh I did not kill Joffrey, but I wish that I had. Watching your vicious bastard die gave me more relief than 1,000 lines. It's like, it's just like, he's so good. And but it's like Tyrion's rage unbounded, because he's like, no, I am not going to die for this, or if I am, I'm not going to take it willingly. And like the looks Jamie is giving him as he's going on, like, shut up. And yeah, it's just a master class of like acting, writing, and everything. And then of course we've got just little thing like it's not a little thing, but like the fact that he's primarily acting against Charles Dance, in that scene. And then you got like Oberyn leaning forward in kind of like this is my moment.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's so amazing. And I'm trying to remember what else happened in that episode, because I feel like that just takes over so much of it. But it's just yeah, for me, it was just a thrill to watch. And and like I said, maybe that is just because I'm a sucker for the courtroom drama, in like shows where you don't expect them to pop up. Uh but yeah, it's just when I think about big moments for the show, that is definitely one of them.
And also probably Peter Dinklage's signature moment on the show. Whenever I see one of those social media posts and people are like, "What's the greatest moment of acting you ever seen?" One of the most frequently cited clips is Peter Dinklage giving this speech from that episode. It's right up there with like people putting like the scene of Matthew McConaughey crying in Interstellar and a few others. But but yeah, this episode, like it basically, it's not like the trial, as you said, the trial's not the whole episode. I believe this is the episode also where Stannis and Davos go to the Iron Bank, and we meet meet Mark Gaddis as Tycho Nestoris, which is a delight.
And we get the return of who's Davos's pirate?
Salador San. Talk about an actor I'm always delighted to see.
Bring me my red shirt.
Yes. Yes, and I will shout out that Lucian Misamati is the actor who I just like. He only appears in a handful of episodes. That was instantly a character of what I'm like, fucking love that guy, and much better in the show than in the books. But yeah, like Dany's also holding court with her dragons have started to kill the goats, and then she meets Hizdar, and Yara is trying to rescue Theon from the Dreadfort. But really, the entire back half of the episode is basically just the trial and the lead up to it. And as you said, it's one of the most beloved sequences in the show, and I do think it's one of the most tightly written, and also like it is one of the sequences that is a closer adaptation to the book. But I think, again, the way that Peter Dinklage really kind of makes it his own, because one of the reasons I find this version of the scene so powerful is the connection that Tyrion has forged with Shay. Because in the books, it's really kind of implied that Tyrion is in love with Shay, but he kind of knows that she doesn't care about him as deeply as he cares about her. But in the show, their connection is actual, real, true love. And this is one of the things that George R. R. Martin himself has come out publicly and said multiple times. Yeah, the character of Shay is played by Sybil Kelly. She is better than what I wrote in the book. But that just means when she comes out and she does what she does in the book, which is give testimony against Tyrion, the level of hurt and betrayal that Peter Dinklage manages to convey with just his facial expressions right up until the moment when he can't contain himself any longer and has to, he gives his confession. Again, it's like, that's why it's just astonishing acting as well. And I mentioned that this is one of the episodes written by Brian Cogman, who was along with David Benioff and Dan Weiss, was one of the writers who was on the show for the entire run, kind of gained the reputation as the guy who was like, the book guy but even though he wrote a lot of episodes that deviated from the books, but and one of my greatest joys in that area was I actually he followed me on Twitter back in the day during one of his brief stints when he was on Twitter, because he had a complicated relationship with it, as all do we do all.
What a trooper, I have to say.
Yeah.
He spent any time going into that maelstrom.
Yes, he was not on there as much in the later seasons for understandable reasons, but he just this is a cracking script, because it also features scenes like Oberyn and Varys having their conversation before the Iron Throne, and as you said, Jaime kind of negotiating with Tywin to try and free Tyrion, and then recognizing in the moment that this has been Tywin's plan all along, and you're just like, oh, you son of a bitch. Charles Dance, you were a master, but damn, you got him trapped. And then the fact, as you said, when they managed to negotiate this deal, and then Tyrion starts to go rogue, and Jaime's just like, don't do it. And the final stare down between Peter Dinklage and Charles Dance is
so good. Oh man, and now I'm gonna, after we finish up, I'm gonna go watch that whole scene, because it's so
it is incredible.
But yeah, okay, your turn. You can cite
all right.
a couple.
So I'll stick with we're not going to get into too obscure yet, because I could talk at length about all that, but I will cite another episode that is widely considered one of the most beloved episodes that is not one of the big battle episodes, which is the season 3 episode 5 episode Kissed by Fire, which is this is the episode that it gets its title from Ygritte's hair, with her and Jon Snow consummating their love affair in the cave, and Jon delivering the Lord's kiss to Ygritte, which is again one of the greatest developments, especially given the fact that we now know that Kit Harington and Rose Leslie fell in love on the set of Game of Thrones, and ended up getting married after the show was over. And going back and watching them, they're like, they really are two young kids in love here. And of course it leads to the beautiful refrain later when he dies of, do you remember that cave, Jon Snow? We should have stayed in that cave. But I will also cite that another reason I love this episode is because it's kind of one of the first big moments for a character I would describe as on the lower tier of outside of the big the big episodes, the big main players. One of my favorite characters is the character of Beric Dondarrion. and this is the episode where he has his trial against against the Hound with the flaming sword, and we learn about his ability to his ability to be resurrected multiple times thanks to his friend Thoros of Myr. And that's like a thrilling sequence that ultimately becomes very important for the lore of the show, given the role that Barrick goes on to play later, again, in another change from the books that I actually think ended up being just a brilliant stroke of luck. But this is just,
Can we just mention though the headache that this brought of like his introduction into the story of what had to be endured for the next couple seasons, which is the Lady Stoneheart of it all.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing about the Lady Stoneheart, we maybe we can talk about that separately because it's a whole other bag of worms. But I will just say that for me personally, I never cared as much about Lady Stoneheart in the books as other people did, and when I realized that because they weren't doing it, it meant that they got to bring Beric Dondarrion back and Richard Dormer, and I was like, that was a delightful surprise. And then I think the work he does in the last 2 seasons is spectacular, culminating in that long night episode where we learn why the Lord of Light has been bringing him back so that he can save the woman who will save the world. Pretty cool stuff.
The only thing I'll say about it briefly is I just wish that they had put fandom out of its misery and said, yeah, we're not doing that.
Yeah. This is one of the things that I respect the most about David Benioff and DB Weiss. They are not online. they know better. They were like, we have better things to do with our life, and good on them for that.
But one of the big things about this episode that jumps out at me actually is the final scene.
Yeah.
Between Tywin, Tyrion, and Cersei.
Yes.
Just because, like, and I said that, like, Cersei is, my favorite character. It's just, even though, like, I have great sympathy for her, also sometimes it's really fun to watch her caught off guard and like, even though it's a cruel thing that Tywin is doing, but like, she is so gloaty towards Tyrion that it is fun to see things turn, and it's like, and her reaction when Tywin says, "You'll marry Sir Loras," and it's just like, it is both horrible and also really satisfying.
Yes. My children, you have disgraced the Lannister name for far too long.
Yeah.
Oh
man. Yeah, Tywin is just an absolutely horrible father. With the understatement of the century.
Yes, indeed.
But yeah, I just love that. Oh, I cannot get this picture to pop up. No, it's just, yeah, this scene is so great. Like, not just for that, but also just for, like, just the way they all act against each other, and Tyrion's, like, reaction when he learns that he's going to marry Sansa, and just his lines like, Joffrey has made this poor girl's life, living hell, and now you give her to me. That's cruel, even for you. And it's just, it's just so good.
It's a great episode ending with Tyrion and Cersei sitting there quietly, and then it hands back, and we see the Lannister sigil, kind of there in the foreground. And yes, that episode, that's great. But then the other reason this is such a beloved episode, but by many, is of course this is the episode where Jaime reveals the truth to Brienne about what happened with the Mad King and the wildfire plot to destroy the city, which becomes important later in seasons. And the fact that this is really where we start to see the true nature of Jaime, and it's where Brienne's heart starts to turn towards him. And obviously their bond becomes one of the most enduring and important across the entire rest of the series. But this is where it starts. And I remember being like vividly upset that Nikolai Coster-Waldau didn't get Emmy nominated for this season and this scene. He did then ultimately get nominated later for season 7 and 8. But like, he just he just absolutely crushes this monologue, culminating in, again, him, by what right does the wolf judge the lion? By what right? And then collapsing in Brienne's arms and Jamie, my name's Jamie, and just like, oh God. And Gwendolyn Christie, the beautiful and immensely talented Gwendolyn Christie, just silently reacting to him throughout this entire scene is also stellar acting.
Yeah, like, yeah, it seems wild that we haven't really mentioned her yet, but there's a big number of people we haven't mentioned yet because, oh, hey, this show has an absurdly huge ensemble.
Yes, indeed.
But yeah, like their bond is just incredible, and the fact that they start off absolutely loathing each other, and then the respect that forms between them, and leading up to not only the knighting in season 8, but also their relationship, and then the way that like Jamie sees like a more positive future he could have for himself, but ultimately um chooses to return to King's Landing and to Cersei because he doesn't think he deserves better. And it's just such a heartbreaking story, but it was always such a joy to see these two playing off of each other, because Brienne really did bring out the best in Jaime.
Yeah, she absolutely did, and I know that's one of the reasons that some people were heartbroken when Jaime chose to go back to Cersei at the end. But that ultimately was, to me, felt like really one of the truest moments for his character, but also one of the most heartbreaking because of the bond that the two of them have formed, and the fact that not to jump straight to the finale, but one of the scenes that has made me cry every single goddamn time I have watched the finale is Brienne writing Jaime's deeds in the White Book, and ending it with, after writing down all of his many exploits, end it with died protecting his queen. And then, just that is a true that is a true act of love right there.
Yeah. But yeah, that is such an important scene, in Kiss by Fire, just because I feel like so many things of what the show is aiming to say about like that, like truth is, that all these things are a matter of perspective in a lot of ways, and we love and admire Ned, um but the fact is that he does immediately judge Jamie when he comes in to see that he's stabbed uh Ares in the back, and that is against like his code of honor. It doesn't matter that Jamie was trying to save all the lives of King's Landing, and as he has said, you know he judged me guilty the moment he laid eyes on me, and so it's the big conflict of this world that's been set up, is that just our different vantage points on these characters that we follow, and to one person they could be the height of absolute villainy, but the truth is more complicated than that. And it feels strange to say that about somebody who in the first episode of the show tosses a 10-year-old kid out the window. But even then he's like, well, it's this 10-year-old kid that I don't actually know, really, against the lives of my children who will pay the price if word of this gets out. I'm not saying that makes it right, but I'm just saying that these are the things that were weighing in Jamie's mind, uh, and so these characters are complicated. They're not, with very few exceptions, they're not just villains or heroes. They are complex human beings who do great things, who do terrible things. And that for me has always been the most fascinating thing about both The Song of Ice and Fire and Game of Thrones.
No, I mean, it really is just one of those developments that, it reshapes our entire perspective on the character, not only going forward, but like retroactively. And as you said, going back and looking at his decisions that he made earlier in the season that we thought were horrible and unjustifiable and monstrous, and now trying to see them through his perspective, which again is one of the reasons that he is, among my favorite, if not my single very favorite character in the show. And like, especially because we had seen him take the more like cynical edge earlier. And another one of my favorite scenes is from the season 2, episode 7, A Man Without Honor, which is the scene where Jamie is in the, first he's in the cage with his cousin and, ends up having to trick him to escape, but then he has the face off with Catelyn and the whole when she's like, you were a man without honor, and he has the famous so many vows they make you swear and swear, protect the king, defend the realm, to protect the innocent. But well, what if your father despises the king? What if the king massacres the innocent? It's too much. No matter what you do, you're breaking one vow or another. And it's like, that proves to be so true for so many characters throughout the entirety of the series, leading up ultimately to Jon Snow's final choice in.
It's one of the most fascinating parts of the show for me is that we have Jamie, who starts off the show coded as an absolutely horrible villain for doing what the honorable son of the honorable Ned Stark does at the end of the series, which is it kills the queen he is pledged to serve, because the people will suffer. It's a mirroring of what Jamie did, and I'm actually really happy that I got to bring this up to Nikolai himself at Con of Thrones in 2019. I just found it really interesting to sort of take a character who we're told by many characters is like the worst of the worst at the beginning of the series, and then you take a character who's supposed to be the best of the best at the end of the series, like a truly honorable man, and have him have to make that same choice. And the fact that then in turn makes us have to reevaluate what we think about Jamie all over again. Uh, and I just like, and so many people were caught up in so many other ridiculous conversations about the end of the show that nobody was talking about this, like the thematic parallels. And I'm like, can we talk about what's actually going on with the story and like
Yeah.
the interesting character dynamics and and how this relates from one character to another? And I just found that to be one of the most fascinating things in the world, that you would take, of all people, Jon Snow and hold him up as a mirror image of Jamie Lannister. Like, that is something that you could not have imagined the show doing, when it first started off. And I just thought that was absolutely incredible. And yeah, so
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
it's
so it's so good, and there's so much intentionality behind it. Like, people who engage with David Benioff and Dad Weiss in bad faith, which is a lot of people, like to sometimes use their own words against them. And one of the early quotes that they like to cite is the one when one of them said, I think, when they're talking about writing themes, they're like, themes are for 8th grade book reports. And it's like, that's such a misunderstood quote. It's like, what they mean is that like, they don't set out to write each episode with like, this is the theme, and every single point of the episode will connect back to it. But it's like themes are always present in any meaningful story, and they're always weaving. It's just that the way that these writers approach it, they do it flowing and organic, so that it ultimately, when the time comes, it has so much more resonance because it's been in the course of what the characters have naturally been doing for their entire journeys. And like, yes, to pair the idea of Jaime Lannister defined by, in many ways, by, love and duty, the things I do for love, and the whole Kingslayer, Oathbreaker kind of thing. And to contrast that with Jon Snow and the famous, love is the death of duty, sometimes duty is the death of love. Like, that didn't just happen by coincidence, guys. Like, that was the product of great writing across all 8 seasons of the show. And I guarantee you somebody was thinking about that when they they made the decision to have Jon Snow stab Daenerys Targaryen in front of the Iron Throne, much like Jaime Lannister once stabbed her father, Daenerys Targaryen, but during Robert's Rebellion. That was intentional.
Yeah. And I can only see if I can imagine the reactions to us saying as much, that, oh my God, how dare we? Remember, folks, we're all allowed to have opinions about the art we watch. It's just about how we treat each other
Yes.
in the discussion of those opinions. So yeah, no, I just think all that stuff is great. Let me throw out another episode that I want to highlight. Oh, I'm trying. There's just too many. We could seriously go through all of them. I just want to make sure that I did make sure that we talk about, we can almost do this as a 1-2 punch. Talking about both the Reigns of Castamere and the Lion and the Rose, which are 2 wedding episodes, which, talk about big cultural moments. We mentioned earlier about the impact of the Red Wedding on reaction videos and stuff like that. I still that's still a tough one for me to watch. I don't know about you, but it's not necessarily one of my most rewatched episodes because it's just so grueling, and the fact that they brought in had Talisa be a part of that,
Yeah.
it is just makes it so much worse than the book.
Yeah.
And I think, and talking about the you know the episode from season 4, The Lion and the Rose, in A Storm of Swords, that follows fairly close upon the Red Wedding, but with the show, the split between seasons happens before that. So we don't even get the satisfaction of having Joffrey die at his wedding. We had to sit with with the Red Wedding for a year, and that was grueling. And that was another moment where my mom was outraged at me, and many people were very angry, and it, it just I there's just no easy way to put it. It was just especially for people who didn't know what was happening, it just felt like there was the concern for a little while that that was going to be the breaking point for some people, because it was so is there just no hope in this show whatsoever? Is it just, going to be the bad guys always win? And and are here, which again, and I've, as I said, it's much more complicated than that. I don't think like the show is made up strictly of like heroes and villains, but it did feel like the Starks. If we have heroes, the Starks were the closest to it, and it did just feel like season 3 was ending with like a middle finger to everybody who loved the Starks and hoped to see Ned's death avenged, and you know and all that stuff, just to have the brutal murder of Rob, Catelyn, Talisa, the Stark forces. It's it was grueling,
Mm-hmm.
and so that's why, like I said, it's still difficult for me to go back and watch, especially like once the Reigns of Castamere starts playing. I'm like, nope, nope, I can't go through this again.
Yeah. I mean, you have to, but this is one of those things where you can recognize the brilliance that's happening, and it's still not be easy to watch. I will say that this is this is the second hardest scene for me to watch in the entire show. We will get to it later. There is one death that I actually find harder to watch than this, believe it or not. But this was this was the big thing that the show was building to for the first 3 seasons. And you're right. I think it hits even more in the show for me than the book, primarily for me because of the attachment that I had developed to the character of Robb Stark. Like, Robb was kind of my guy through the first 3 seasons. And famously, Robb is not a POV character in the books, unlike most of the Stark siblings. So he really just kind of becomes a little bit more of like kind of this legend, like the young wolf, and we're seeing him mostly, honestly, through Catelyn's eyes. But what the show did, and what Richard Madden, with his incredible performance, does, is it made me invested in Robb specifically as the King in the North. Like, him being named King in the North in the season 1 finale is still one of my all-time fuck yes moments for the show, even though I know how tragically it ends. And the decision to deepen his relationship with his wife, Talisa, in the books, it's Jane Westerling, and he basically marries her out of duty because he sleeps with her when he feels, he's looking for comfort when he believes Bran and Rickon died. And in the show, they decided to go a different way and basically build up an organic love story between these 2 characters. And it worked like hell on me. I know some people feel differently, but I thought Una Chaplin was fantastic. We have spoken about our love for her before.
We've talked about the fact that I think she is one of the unsung, like, incredible performers on this show. She did not get nearly the credit she deserved, I felt like, and which is why it's been such a joy to see her, rise to prominence with the release of Avatar: Fire and Ash.
Exactly. Yeah, and then but in this show, like, she was just like, I think back to the scene in episode season 2, episode 8, The Prince of Winterfell, where we actually get to see Robb and Talisa have an honest conversation about their hopes and their memories. She tells the story about her brother and the fact that he was saved by a slave who would be looked down and spit upon by most of the city where she grew up, Volantis, but he saved her brother just purely as an instinctual act, and it basically radicalized her to be like, I will not spend my life as a fancy Volantene princess, like, living in high towers. I'm going to go and live amongst the people. And she becomes like a battlefield nurse, and like she and Robb have a great meet cute over her amputating a Lannister soldier's foot. But by the time that when she's getting ready to stand up, and Robb stands was like, I don't want to marry the Frey girl, and even though you're like, and she's like, I don't want you to marry her, but you needed that bridge. I hope it's a very beautiful bridge. And then they just fall into beautiful, sexy time.
Which is just such a, oh my god! Is she like that? That's one hell of a. She's like, translation: you're being an idiot. Please kiss me now.
Yes, exactly. And like people have talked a lot about the way sex is used in this show and some both in violent context and also in like shocking context, like the whole sex position thing. But like this is what a scene where like two characters who are genuinely in love and are making the choice to be together, having a happy, consensual, sexual moment, and it's beautiful. And even though again I know for a fact that like this isn't going to turn out well, I'm also like, yeah, I would have done what Rob does here. Like, it makes complete sense. Hell, even Walter Frey gets it, even though he's still furious about it and is going to kill Rob over it. When he sees Talisa, he's like, yeah, I get why you broke your arm.
He
but
puts it in a very, very crass way, as you would expect.
yeah, of course, yeah, of course. Yeah, when I mentioned characters who have a lot of humanity in them, even as villains, Walder Frey has a particularly odious side of humanity that makes it very satisfying when Arya cuts his throat at the end of in season 6.
Which, it's so funny because, like, um, because oh god, what's the actor's name is on to my tongue.
David Bradley.
Andrew Bradley, um, is such a pleasant, wonderful man, and I've seen him in so many things where he is just like he plays the sweetest person in the world, and so to watch the fact that like there is a generation that knows him strictly uh as Filch from Harry Potter and as Walder Frey for Game of Thrones. It's like this is such an unfortunate thing that you all only know him as these despicable characters because he can play so sweet. And I think we've seen more of that in recent years.
Yeah.
So like he was just in Frankenstein last year, which he gave an absolutely beautiful performance, and then he can be really hilarious and funny if like anybody hasn't seen him in the the Cornetto
Yes.
films, the Edgar Wright movies with Simon Pegg. He has a couple roles in those, and he's just hilarious. Um, but yeah, he is. I don't think there's anything redeeming about Walter Frey.
No, no, but he is chilling in those in that scene when as you said, the doors shut and the music starts to play, and then we get the shocking, brutal, terrible development of I believe it's it's Lothar Frey who stabs Talisa in her pregnant belly, which again was a shock too. Even though as soon as like I had a feeling that when they brought Talisa into it that she would die as well, but like that was still shocking to witness. And then seeing Rob riddled with the crossbows, and then as he's crawling towards his dying, bleeding wife, and just Walder prays, "The king in the north arises."
Yeah.
And then a name we have not mentioned, but absolutely must shout out in association with this episode, Michelle Fairley as Catelyn in this sequence. Like, oh my god.
I was reminded of what a like wonderful presence she was as I was watching the series premiere today, and I was like, and she was certainly a character who had like moments where it was difficult to love her, specifically with her, treatment of John. But she was such a warm presence in the show. And you kind of forget. And particularly when it was her and Ned. And like I was watching that first episode and just like that shot of the two of them, watching their kids and just beaming with pride. And it's like, oh, that's right. There was happiness on this show at one point. And I just, yeah, she was so great. And yeah, both her and Sean being together, even though they're apart for most of season one, it's like their bond is just so great. And then, you know, when it's ripped apart, I just think about that moment of her leaning against the tree in the finale of season one and just breathing so heavily, you know, because that part of her has been ripped away from the world. And she was so great. And in the Red Wedding episode, just yeah, just her, like, she displays so much, you know, but ferocity and warmth, and then abject like horror and pain, and then eventually nothing. She's completely spent of all her emotions as her throat is slit at the end of the episode, and it's just what a powerhouse performance.
And it was this, yeah, and this was, of course, the first episode of Game of Thrones, one of the only ones where the credits just played with silence, and that was part of the power of the episode as well, because, yeah, like the noise, the sound, the scream that Catelyn lets out when Bruce Bolton comes in and stabs Robb in the killing blow, like it's one of the most haunting noises I've ever heard in a cinematic context. And yes, I do think that ultimately, again, people will reasonably disagree, but like that was such a haunting and indelible image that I personally was satisfied with the decision not to bring Lady Stoneheart into the story. If they had done it, I would have, obviously accepted it, and I think they would have, could have done it well, but like it made sense to me why they decided to leave the character here, as horrifying as the end was.
Yeah, my thing with that is, again, I would have preferred that they had made some kind of, you know, final declarative statement, because we did go, like, it was this whole thing in the fandom, like back and forth about, you know, oh, they're gonna do it at the end of season 4, and like, oh, maybe they're just waiting, they're gonna do it at the end of season 5, and it was so exhausting.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, so I wish they had dealt with that differently, but my feeling on it from a story perspective was that, yes, it was extremely effective to leave her character in this place and have this, you know, be the sort of, final moment of the character. And also the fact of the matter is, and I felt very strongly about this and I still do, like, in a show like this, you have to be careful about how you're using your magic. And the whole thing with Barrack, and all of the thing, all that stuff, it was building up towards bringing John back. And unfortunately, there are diminishing returns with something like this, where, oh, we're bringing Catelyn back from the dead, then we're going to bring John back from the dead, and all of a sudden you're like, well, can they just bring anybody back? And yes, I know, like, the manner in which Catelyn is brought back is obviously very, creepy, and it's not like she just gets brought back. I still think that they were kind of feeling like we don't want to go back to this well too often. And so that's my opinion on why they probably didn't do Lady Stoneheart. Um, and but yeah. Oh, hello. Hi.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. This is Eric, actually, my friend that I mentioned earlier, the one from Casterly Talk. And yes,
Oh, hi.
he's on brand with by his following up with the Stannis Baratheon will forever be the one true king, because Eric is one of the biggest fans of Stannis Baratheon that I know, and he's actually opened my mind to a lot of the depth of that character with his like call-ins to Casterly Talk.
I do not share the love of Stannis, but this is a stream where we are welcoming all opinions. When and we're just going to be very um open and non-confrontational. So
Yeah.
I welcome. So I welcome the Stannis love. I will say I freaking love
Stephen
it's
Delane.
getting to that, yeah, it's getting to that point where I'm gonna start blanking on names. Stephen Delane. Stephen Delane is freaking incredible. I will never forget the first time I saw him, which was in the John Adams miniseries as Thomas Jefferson. Um, which was funny because when I heard that he was cast as Stannis, I was like, he's just so different as Thomas Jefferson. Um, I actually found him to be like quite likable,
Mm-hmm.
in that show. And I'm like, wait, he's Stannis, and now, funny enough, it's changed the way that I view his performance as Thomas Jefferson because
Yeah.
I so associate him with Stannis now. But yeah, he's phenomenal, and yeah, he did such a great job with the character. So I get it.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm gonna have more to say about Stannis later when we talk about some other aspects. But like, I will always for shout out. It's in the season 4 episode "Sons of the Harpy," which is when he talks to his daughter Shireen and tells the story about her having grayscale and the Maester's basically urging them to give up on her and he refusing to, which obviously, given what happens later, is meant as tragic foreshadowing. But like in that scene, I just remember being in awe of Stephen Delane and his acting, and of little Carrie Ingram as Princess Shireen.
Well, in retrospect, it's so funny because everybody was like cheering his parenting students
Yeah.
when that episode hit, and it's like, uh, and I think it was somebody behind the scenes. I forget. It was one of the writers. I don't know if it was Brian Cogman or if it was David or Dan or like they somebody said they were seeing that online and they were like, "Oh no, guys, with what this is setting up, no."
Yeah. Which again, I mean, I suppose I should just say it now. Shireen's death is the single hardest scene for me to watch in the entire show.
Yeah.
Like it's just it rips my heart out every time I watch it, and it is the one time after I ever watched this show, even though we get the big triumphant moment with Danny and the dragon at the end, was when I sat at the end. I'm like, I actually don't think I'm physically okay right now. I think I need to take a walk. But it was incredible performances on all fronts. And on a happier note related to Stannis, I'll shout out Eric is shouting out the great moment when he says, "Make it Sir Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, whatever else the man's still a knight." And we need to also shout out one of the great recurring jokes throughout Game of Thrones, which is Stannis the grammar nerd, and and obviously there's the like the 4 less fingernails to clean with Davos, 4 fewer, but then it pays off in episode, I think it's in episode 2 of season 5, before the Lord Commander election, where they're like, or actually it's episode 5, I think, when one of the White Watchmen is like, less trouble for us, meaning the Wild Whites, and Stannis is just like, fewer, under his breath, and Davos is like, "What?" And he's like, "Nothing." And then Davos corrects John on his grammar in season 7, and I was just like, that's a perfect 3-beat of comedy across multiple
And
seasons.
then, of course, the series finale, when he corrects Braun, and Braun's like, "Are you master of grammar now too?"
Yes.
Which, yeah, felt like the show having fun and having like a conversation like outside of the series itself. But I was all for it.
Yeah.
I thought it was great.
Yeah. Yeah, and Eric's so yes, we had to give Stannis the Manus some love, in even though he's, as Eric well knows, he's a tough character to love in certain respects, but he really has a really indelible arc, and he is it really ultimately what he is a cautionary tale, about the dangers of obsessively pursuing the Iron Throne to the expense of all else, and how it basically can ruin people. And because Stannis essentially lost himself once he started believing that he had to become king on the Iron Throne, and it ultimately led to the ruin of his entire family.
Yeah, which feels like it's actually a good opportunity to talk about the rest of Team Stannis,
Yeah.
um, which is to give due credit to both Liam Cunningham and Carice Van Houten.
Yes.
Um, I remember being so excited when well, both of them, but particularly Liam Cunningham was announced for season 2 as Sir Davos. He wasn't like my book image of Davos. He's a bit older and with decidedly less hair than
Yeah.
book Davos. But I remembered him from the movie First Night, where he played obviously one of Arthur's knights, like his, basically his number 2 in command. And I was like, oh, he's going to be good. And he was such a wonderfully calming presence, and also like made you like, I just said, like, I have issues with Stannis. I don't find him super likable, except like for when he's unintentionally funny. But Davos made us root for him. Uh,
Yeah.
because Davos was such an amazing character. And in a lot of ways, I felt like Davos filled the role of Ned, uh, from season 2 onward, because he was that honorable man. Like, he had a sketchier past, to be sure, but he's someone who very much believed in doing the right thing, um, and the honorable thing. And so I think that he was definitely a presence that the show needed, in the absence of someone like Ned. And I just loved Liam Cunningham's performance, and the fact that he basically became like the cheerleader you wanted to have on your team. Like, uh, he wasn't always like, it's funny because sometimes he was really good at it, and then sometimes felt like he was underselling a bit. Like, I will always like, he'll go to bat for you, but then he'll have moments like, this is Jon Snow. He's king in the north.
Oh my God. I love Liam Cunningham so much. Like, yeah, I mean, Davos was one of my favorite characters in the book, but somehow Liam Cunningham made me love him even more. Even though, as you said, he was not exactly how I pictured book Davos, but he just made the character his own. And was always such a consistent source of warmth and empathy on the show, and understandable like self-deprecation, and like and his bond again with Shireen, like that became so important and so heartbreaking, in the aftermath of when he learned what happened, and he learns that Melisandre had, and Stannis and Selyse, who Eric points out in the chat, the one Baratheon member of Team Stannis, he's not a fan of Selyse, which is understandable. She's a hard character
She's
to
batshit crazy.
her and her jar babies. Although I do love the moment that she's the one who breaks in the burning scene, and even though it's too late.
Yeah.
But yeah, when Davos confronts Melisandre afterwards, and is just like, and gets her to admit that Shireen was burnt, and it's the way he bellows at her. I loved that girl like she was my own. She was good. She was kind, and you killed her. Like that, and yeah, like I remember that's one of my favorite moments of acting from any actor on the show, in honestly. And then
Hi,
yes,
Cassie.
hi
We're
Cassie.
grateful for as long as you can. Yeah, I know, and you come in at the Stannis talk.
Yeah, yeah, and Eric points out in the chat, like Davos basically has an entire like second act after Stannis, where he basically becomes Jon Snow's like unofficial Hand of the King, he's great at that too. And I think that one of the things that we love so much about Davos is that he's just so damn relatable because he's like
Yep.
the son of a crabber. He's obviously had to, make his own way in the world. He's illiterate at the beginning of the show until Shireen teaches him, and then that becomes a touchstone of their bond. But then also, like, most of these characters in this show, you almost feel like, oh, I could never be like a Jon Snow or a Daenerys Targaryen or a Jaime Lannister, but you kind of feel like, I could be Davos. he does a pretty good. He does pretty well for himself.
I just like one thing I do want to mention, and we have been talking like more about the show than the books themselves, but I just want to like there is one moment that I want to reference of my reading in the book that as it pertains to Davos, which was in book 3, and it was when he decides to free Gendry. Or no, it's not
Yeah,
Gendry in the book.
in the book, it's Edric Storm, another one of Robert's bachelors. But obviously, in the show, this is something the show did a lot, was that they would consolidate characters because otherwise there would be 1,000 characters on the show instead of a couple hundred. So
I caught myself though. Don't anybody send me angry letters. Um, um, when he's plotting to free Edric Storm, and the whole thing felt very like Ned Stark trying to make, plans, even though it seems like it's probably doomed. And I just remember being like, oh God, he's going to die. He's going to die. He's going to die. And the fact that he makes it out of that, because he holds on to that information about what's going on at the wall. And I just remember being like, oh, thank God. Um, because I'm tired of losing these characters who are truly honorable. We need to hang on to at least some of them. Um, but but yeah, and so that's why I was so passionate about his character on the show, and why I was really happy that they cast such a brilliant actor for the role, because I think he's very important, because he becomes like an actual dependable character um throughout the rest of the series, and like it's good to have those. And then we have Melisandre, who like this is also someone who like I don't know like what casting would have been like would have hit the perfect spot for me, but like she was slightly different in the show from what I expected reading the book. There's something more like I think the book version feeds very much into those like sort of more stereotypical, like this is like a dangerous but really hot, you know, woman. You're sort of nervous to be around in that sense. And not that like Carice Van Houten is extraordinarily beautiful. Don't get me wrong, but they really played up more of the like she's really scary and you don't want to fuck with her.
yeah.
And which is why like I was always like really scared of her throughout the show, and I thought it was really interesting how um they peel back more of her layers, in terms of her character, like as the show went on, to the point where then she was so vulnerable, towards the end of the series. And and so in a weird way, it's like impossible for me now not to think of Carice Van Houten when someone mentions Melisandre. Like so many actors in the show, I think she just took ownership over the character. And but yeah, she is I was always scared of her. And like, yeah, the whole that birthing scene in season 2 is like, oh god.
Yeah, that was definitely a moment where basically like it's an important moment for the show because even though there's been yeah, and Eric points out in the chat like the producers actually asked her to audition for Cersei, and it didn't work out because I think she had a commitment to another project. But obviously they kept her in mind for Melisandre, and it's one of those interesting like road not taken where like I think she would have done great as Cersei, but I can't picture anyone other than Lena Headey in that role, and I can't picture Carice Van Houten as anyone but Melisandre. But yeah, when she has that the smoke baby scene, like that was another like oh shit moment for people who didn't know it was coming because even though we know that this is a fantasy show and it's like we've had the White Walkers and we've had the Whites and we've had the dragons, it's like this is I think for people who had kind of gotten suckered in by like the politics and everything, the smoke baby was kind of a Rubicon. It's like, no, you're watching a fantasy show, kids. Uh,
Or reading some comments online in certain corners of the internet where people were like, "That's a bridge too far. What is this shit?" Um, and so it's like, yeah, it was a reminder that like, no, if you're gonna watch the show, you're watching a fantasy series. You're
yeah,
not watching just like a historical drama. So yeah.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
yeah,
and
that season 6 reveal, yeah, was absolutely incredible.
and that was that's a perfect example of something that was like the books had always hinted at that, but it had never been explicitly confirmed, and that was a great thing that the show just got to take and run with it and actually out and out confirm. And it was a great moment. And we'll get to this later, but Cassie is pointing out in the chat about that she can't recognize Book Jorah any longer because he's not Jorah Bear, which I will just know. I mentioned earlier characters that I love more in the show than in the books. Number one on that list is Cersei Lannister. Number two on that list is Jorah, because I do not like Jorah at all in the books. I think he's a creepy weirdo, and in the show, I think he is phenomenal, and I love him to death. And Ian Glenn is a big reason why.
Yeah, it's and that's one of those things where I'm trying to remember like how I felt about Book Jorah in like in my early readings of those first couple of books, and I can't remember honestly. Um, I had like show Jorah has just so overtaken him that it's hard for me to sort of contemplate that. And yeah, I don't know. Like Ian Glenn will always be Jorah for me, and it'll be interesting the next time I go back to read the books, like trying to reconcile the two. But
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, again, there are other reasons for that. Not the least of which is the fact that the show, like, absolutely essentially aged up the character of Dany because in the book she's 13, and like that just would not work on
yeah,
TV. But it's also the fact that Jorah in the book is very jealous and very like kind of stubborn and protect and like overly like almost tries to be controlling in certain ways. And in the show, like Ian Glenn just basically plays him as almost like this, very noble, but like almost like doomed, like romantic hero who it also notes in the book is they go out of the way to say that Jorah is not the most handsome guy in the book. And in Ian Glenn, you actually are credibly like, I don't know, Dany, maybe you should think about it.
I mean, there's just no way that dynamic wasn't going to be different just by the fact that, as you said, Dany is aged up. So like it's it's inherently different. Yeah, it's one of those weird things where I think maybe part of the reason why I'm not as like I may not have been as anti-book Jorah on my initial read is because, and this is sort of a thing I've had to do with certain books that have like characters who are younger, it's that I think I almost like mentally in my head age them up, even if they're supposed to be younger in the books, because sometimes it's really hard for me to grasp characters going through certain things at such a young age. Um, like I know I struggled with that with like Rob in the
Yeah.
books, because the fact that he's supposed to be so young, being a king and stuff, and that never quite, I can read it, but it like mentally I'm like, no, he feels like he's older. And so yeah, it's one of those weird things where I don't know. Um but it's made so much less complicated by just having the characters older in the show. And and it makes things much easier to swallow. And yeah, like you cast Ian Glenn as Jorah, it's just not going to be the same as the book, because like he is like, you know he fits those sort of romantic lead vibe. And yeah, um and of course I remember like seeing him just at the very end of Kingdom of Heaven
Yeah.
as Richard the
Richard.
Lionheart. And so already I'm like, this guy's cool. And
Yeah.
so, which is not to say he has major flaws in the show,
He
to
does.
be sure. But he's just not as creepy.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a couple moments that are still
Yeah.
a little creepy, but much less so than the books. So
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, see, he ultimately is a character. I think that the showrunners like recognize what a talent they had with an actor like him, and gave him more to do, particularly in the later seasons. Like, and yes, like I mentioned, I just rewatched The Long Night. Like him hit the sequence where he is defending Danny and ultimately saves her and gives his life for her, and then passes on and she's crying over his body. Like it's one of the most emotional death scenes in the entire show. And it's a perfect end for his character, especially in the light of everything that he goes through, like the fact that in another consolidation of characters that I thought was very smart. Like they basically gave him John Connington's like grayscale plot, and that was a big part of his uh, character in the seasons where he had this like essentially doomed disease like thing that was like lingering over him, but he was still going to try to serve his queen in the best way possible. The scene where he like shows her the grayscale and then confesses like Tyrion Lannister was right. I love you. I'll always love you. And then he goes to walk away. She's like, do not walk away from your queen, Jorah Andal. You have not been dismissed. Beautiful. And then the fact that it leads to this wonderful bond with Sam, the
yeah,
son of Lord Commander Mormont. Like this is another thing that the show just like got to do, like building on relationship with characters. Like we knew that Jeor Mormont was Jorah Mormont's father, but like in the books that really doesn't come up as much as it does. But like in the show, they got to have Tyrion tell Ser Jorah that his father had died and in the way, and like Ian Glenn's reaction to that is incredible. And then when Sam decides to save Jorah because of the connection that he had with Jeor Mormont later, and that creates a bond between them that leads to Sam giving Jorah his family's Valyrian steel sword Heartsbane, and then Jorah using that to defend Danny to the death. I'm just like, this is so good, guys.
yeah, we probably best and maybe not get into the headaches I endured with people early on in Game of Thrones run saying like, mm, like they better like consolidate things with books 4 and 5, because it'll get too messy to all of a sudden we get to the later seasons, and they're like, we should have had John Connington. It's like,
No. I draw the line. Like there are certain characters you can quibble with, like should they have been in the show, should they not have been in the show. The one hill I will die on is I'm like I'm so glad they didn't do the Fagon young Griff stuff. Like even though like after seeing the end of the show, I actually know it makes sense to me why that's in the books because I think it'll play into Danny's turn later. But like in the show, it's like you can't, guys. We're in season 5 and seasons. You cannot like. I remember in the books, I was like when I saw George was bringing this in, I'm like, no, George, come on, we gotta start wrapping things up, not spinning off like gardening trails.
That's why it's 11 years old, and it's 11 years later or 15 years later, and we're still waiting for the next book. So,
Yes. Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna take this opportunity, like, because at this point, like, we're still haven't mentioned so many people, but we're just going to, like, talk to them as they show up. Carl Tanner.
Yes. From the fucking legend from fucking Gin Alley. I was a fucking legend in Gin Alley. A fucking legend.
We're actually not going to spend more than a minute on him, but
No.
but he was entertaining and horrible, absolutely
Yes.
horrible. Um, but uh, do you remember the actor's name? Because
Uh,
he's been in so much.
Burn Gorman is the actor's
Burn
name.
Gorman. Like anytime you can get Burn Gorman to show up in something, like I'm in favor of it. He was in a season of The Expanse as well, and I was actually gutted that he didn't continue on because he was so good in that. And he is just like someone who I don't even know if you love to hate him, you just kind of hate him. But it's entertaining. And so yeah, no, I wanted to make sure that we mentioned just for as you said, the fucking Gin Alley. uh
Yes.
so fun, and I enjoyed getting to see him killed.
Yes,
Very.
that was a very satisfying death. Like we sometimes the deaths in Game of Thrones are heartbreaking, and sometimes they're very satisfying. When one of Craster's wives knives him in the back after he's beating Jon and almost kills him, and then Jon, brave, honorable Jon, takes the opportunity. He's like, yeah, no, I'm just putting my sword through the back of your skull. that was fun. Ah.
um okay, so here we go. Like I'm trying to like go through here and see people like that we haven't mentioned at all. I mean, because like fact of the matter is we are not going to be able to do breakdowns of like every character that we love. There's just too many. Um but I want to make sure that we give Sophie Turner a moment. Talk about Sansa because I feel like yeah, I'll admit that I'm guilty of this. She is not always one of the most loved characters from the books. You know, people have sort of unfairly had problems with her. And she's not, I will admit, like early on, she's not one of the easiest characters to read because she's a young girl. She has young girl concerns. And 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 I don't think she has an understanding of the big picture. But that's what just makes her story for me so heartbreaking is watching her go through having her eyes opened. And I thought that again, like Sophie Turner is another one of the actresses on the show that I just feel like elevated the character to heights that I could not have even imagined. Um, to the point where like you get to the end of the show and I'm pumping my fist at Queen of the North, and it's so amazing. Um and yeah, I just not that every choice she ever made that I agreed with. But man, what a like fully three-dimensional, beautiful character as well as a badass and someone who learned the lessons of growing up in this world and ended up actually getting, like, by the end of the show, like, she fully deserved to be queen. And like, not many characters like can say that they get an ending that they deserve, because things don't work like that. But I was very happy to see her end where she did, even if she had to endure so much, um, heartache and trials to get there. It was She did not have an easy time of it in this show. But I was glad to see where she ended up.
I think you can make the case that Sansa goes on one of the biggest arcs of any character over the course of this series, and it's just so impressive to watch Sophie Turner, portray that arc and grow into the character's power in the later seasons, to the point that, yes, like when one of the final images of the series is her being crowned queen in the North, and in one of the best costumes in the entire show, by the way, is her Queen in the North
Yeah,
dress. And you just feel like this character has earned this, like not only like in the show, but also just kind of what the actress has gone through with her journey. Because, yes, like Sansa in the early seasons was, not a character who was very beloved among the fandom of either the books or the show. And one of the things you have to recognize is, like, that's because she was designed that way. She
yeah,
is meant to be spoiled and sheltered and not aware of the world around her. Like, she is the titular sweet summer child, and and we know what happens to those in this world. But obviously, like, even from the beginnings of season one, like after the terrible events of Baelor, where she is recognizing that perhaps her beloved Prince Joffrey is not all that he is cracked up to be, but then she makes that final plea for her father's life in front of him, and he seems to honor it, and then betrays her with the "Sir Ilan, bring me his head." And then in the aftermath, she is just devastated. But even then, you can start to see the sparks of the woman she will become in that beautiful moment when he takes her out to, or I should say, horrifying moment where he takes her out to make her look at her father's head. And then you just see the steely look in her eyes, and she goes to almost push him off the ledge before the Hound stops her. And when she's, and he's like, "Oh, I'm going to bring you your traitor brother's head as well." And she's like, "Or maybe he'll bring me yours." And we get to see that, like, her time in King's Landing, like, shapes her, and like the fact that she has this connection that develops with Tyrion that pays off in spades in the final seasons. Even though they were not married by choice, they ultimately, the bond of the respect that grows between them is very real. And then essentially the mentorship that she gets in odd ways from Cersei and Marjorie and Olenna, and of course Peter Baelish. That really, and the fact that, as she says later in that great episode, season 7 episode, when she has a little finger on trial, it's like, I'm a slow learner. It's true, but I learn. And you can see that. You can see that, like, even though you wish for her character to be picking these things up a little bit faster, like, that's oftentimes how it is in real life. Sometimes you have to learn your lessons over and over again and be forged in the crucible before you can truly get there. And obviously, like, in addition to losing beloved members of her family and being, treated as a pawn who gets married off against her will twice, and the second time it's to Ramsay Bolton, who obviously violates her and treats her horribly. But it is ultimately something that it would have broken a lesser character, and it does not break Sansa, because she has an inner spirit and resilience that we really get to see flourish in the later seasons, and never more so than in the moment when she gets to confront Ramsay and tell him, like, your words will disappear, your name will disappear, your house will disappear, all of you will disappear, but I will go on. And even though he tries to say that, like, you can't kill me, I'm part of you now, she's essentially like used that part of her to reforge herself into someone who is capable and worthy of being Queen in the North by the end of the show. And I know that what happens to Sansa is obviously controversial because it is very dark and very hard to watch. And yes, technically it's not in the books because it's a different character that's married to Ramsay. But like for the show's purposes, I think that this was really, it's important stuff for us to see her go through. And I really always want to credit Sophie Turner for playing those scenes with just such a depth of empathy and humanity that never lets us forget how young she is, even as she becomes a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah. I just I just remember like being so proud of not like I you know not like I know her, but like just so proud of Sophie Turner just because I feel like she has one of the big, like, obviously so many of the characters go on amazing journeys, but I just feel like she has one of the biggest like character arcs over the course of the show, and just like there's a pride of both her and of Sansa, in those final moments of the series, and you're just like, hell yeah. And so yeah. Um I also want to it's also a good opportunity to mention since since he's so closely tied in with her story, Aidan Gillen as Littlefinger. Um,
Yeah.
because, oh my God, like talk about a character that you just want to strangle. And he gets a very fitting end. Um, but oh my God, like, Aidan Gillen just like, aside from, like, the ever-changing Littlefinger accent, which
Gotta
is
mention.
which is something I do have to contend with, 'cause it always cracks me up because 'cause I'm like, if he had if Littlefinger had the accent that he has, like, later on in the show, like, in season 1, Ned would have never believed a word that came out of his mouth because he just sounded more and more untrustworthy as time went on. But, just like the person who is, ostensibly the principal villain in the show because he sets everything in motion.
Yeah.
And and just like he gives an outstanding performance, but again, like a character that it's hard to have any sympathy for, but also he is an incredibly human character at the same time, as despicable as he is. Uh and so yeah, I just remember like uh, it's funny because when I read the books, I maybe because his name was Littlefinger and it sounded so close to like it felt so close to Wormtongue.
Hmm.
I just pictured somebody very different, but then as soon as I saw the show, I'm like, oh, that's who this guy is. Okay, I gotcha. And like it was just you just watched him like squirm his way through these encounters with all these characters and somehow like convince them to let him do this or that. And it's like yeah, I really hated Littlefinger, but I enjoyed watching Aidan Gillen uh perform the role because again, like so many of these villains, he like there were times when he was enormous fun to watch, and then other times where you wished you could reach through the screen and kill him yourself. And then there was great satisfaction when he was, got what he deserved in certain moments. I think one of my favorite moments is when he's trying to, like, show how clever he is to Cersei, and and she's like, cut his throat.
Mm.
He's like, oh, I've changed my mind.
Let him go.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, and just watching him in moments like that was just so much fun, and then watching him reduced to a scared little boy in his final scene, you
Yeah.
know, was enormously gratifying.
Yes. Yeah.
With
Eric
all this,
points out. Yeah, I was gonna say Eric points out in the chat that I thought Littlefinger would make it to season 8, but I agree, very fitting. He finally ran out of cards to play, and yeah, like that's a textbook example of like, Littlefinger always survived by manipulating other characters, as Sansa says. Like that's what you do, isn't it? Turn family against family, sister against sister, and he finally ran up against the one sisterhood that he ultimately couldn't break, which is ironic given how fraught Arya and Sansa's relationship was throughout most of the show. But like combating Littlefinger ultimately, it
well, I
helps.
mean, it's the thing. I think he was. It's funny because so much was made throughout the show about how, like, and because, like, for the longest time it seemed like they were always on the back foot because they weren't steamers, the Starks. Um, but Littlefinger puts himself in a position where he's trying to manipulate Starks against one another, and it's like you're dealing with a family for whom loyalty is prized, above all else, and they were raised by fucking Ned Stark, who taught them,
Yeah,
to stick together, and it's like it's the mirror image of, like, Ned going to King's Landing and thinking that everybody's going to be as honorable as he is. And the Littlefinger's going to Winterfell thinking that everybody's going to be as duplicitous as he is. And, like, you guys, in both circumstances, it's like you guys are not, like, adjusting to the climate that you're in.
yeah,
And dealing with the kinds of people that you are. Littlefinger should never have been in Winterfell if he really wanted to, be in a position of strength, because that is a place where manipulation goes to die, because uh because the Starks are so honor bound.
yeah.
And so, yeah, it's very fitting that that's the way he died.
Yeah. And I agree that like there was a part of me that thought it would have been he would have made it to the end of the series, but like when the character reaches his natural end, like that's when he needs to go. And it was ultimately, very gratifying to see that it was Sansa who brought about his end, because even though he was mentoring her through this entire series, like and like teaching her lessons, I don't think he ever really thought that like she would be able to, outwit him in that way. And so it becomes very gratifying when he essentially, as Eric says, runs out of cards to play and is having to try to beg or negotiate or threaten, and he just has nothing left. And really, 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 the only regret I have from Littlefinger dying in season 7 was that we didn't get one last scene between him and Varys, because those were so fun in the earlier seasons. But again, like these things happen, because yeah, like that, as you said, Littlefinger was in his element when he was in King's Landing, and like him giving the what became iconic speech about chaos isn't a pit, chaos is a ladder. And only the ladder is real, the climb is all there is. That's a triumphant moment for the character, because he gets one over on Varys, who's also one of the most skilled, political operators in the show. And you can see like how good he is at this. But as you said, when his defining flaw was essentially this he never truly grew beyond being the little boy who was in love with the pretty girl, Catelyn, who didn't love him back. And it became a fixation and an obsession that ultimately like undercut his ability to pursue what he said he wanted more than anything, which was the Iron Throne. And maybe he could have gotten it if he had learned that lesson, but ultimately Sansa used his weakness against him, just as he did her. And yes,
Yeah,
Raz's death is that's rough.
it's one of the most heartbreaking moments of the show for me, honestly. Actually, I think it's incredibly fitting that that is the last scene between. At least I think it is. I think that's the last
It
scene
is. Yeah.
um, between Varys and Littlefinger, because I think that like that's a moment for Varys where I think Littlefinger has crossed a line, and this sort of back and forth, one-upmanship between the two of them stops being fun,
Yeah.
basically. And it's like someone that he put into the lion's den basically paid the price for this back and forth between him and Littlefinger, and I think that's a moment where a line is drawn in the sand and the two characters diverge,
Yeah.
and that's when you see like Varys even more so like put his efforts onto you know um aligning himself with what he perceives will be like the right path, to save the Seven Kingdoms. And then Littlefinger just, descends more and more into his selfishness and, uh, trying to elevate himself. Not
Yeah.
that he ever had any other goal, but
No, no. I mean, it was he had a very as he said to Sansa, like he did everything in the service of trying to get himself on the Iron Throne, and if it just so happened that he didn't learn some of his own lessons, and it undid him. I also want to shout out the actress who played Roz, Esme Bianco, who was again supposed to be like a one scene character in the pilot when she's having sex with Tyrion, and then became a classic example of the producers recognizing what a talent they had and not only giving her more scenes but building her an entire character who goes on her own mini arc that unfortunately ends in horrific fashion, but it ends up serving the story's larger purpose. Again, as Littlefinger says, chaos is a ladder. Many who try to climb it fail and never get to try again. The fall breaks them, and that was Ross.
yeah. Another performer who I think was, uh, underappreciated. Um, I'm just gonna say right now, I think in a lot of these cases where you had, female actors coming onto the show playing characters who weren't in the books, I think, to be perfectly blunt, I think there was a lot of sexism in terms of how they were received. Um, and it made me angry then and makes me angry now, because I think that she was, you know, particularly as her role developed more and more in like seasons 2 and 3, I thought she was just fantastic, and I was really like sad. Aside from the brutal nature of how she goes out, I was just sad that she wasn't going to continue
Yeah,
on the show because I loved her character.
yeah.
But I
I,
think that it is like showing that like again, it's like going to show that sort of line in the sand of like what Littlefinger allow puts in emotion and allows to happen to her is just I think that illustrates so much of the person that he is, and I think Varys feels a lot of guilt, you know, over allowing that to happen to her. And,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and to expound on your point about like certain actresses who were original characters who were not in the books being undervalued and perhaps mistreated by the fandom. Like one other component to that was the fact that, you know, she was playing a sex worker and she was nude in a lot of her early scenes. And I think that what a lot of people to think that, like, oh, she's just there so they can have a pretty girl, like, you know, doing sexual acts. Like one of the most, I will say, infamous scenes of the show is the scene where Littlefinger is kind of explaining his backstory while Roz and the other sex worker are kind of engaging in sexual acts, you know, that he's instructing them. And I think that critics really didn't like that scene because they thought it was exploitative. But ultimately, it's like it was there for a reason, and like that's where the term sexposition came from. But like again, people just kind of started to use that as like a buzzword, like filler, that ultimately wound up meaning nothing because they didn't engage with like what Roz was essentially trying to do there, which was build her own life and build her independence, you know. And, you know, the fact that she becomes a character who essentially graduates to like overseeing Littlefinger's brothel, and then he develops kind of a respect for her, it seems, but then it's revealed he actually doesn't value her, and then Varys comes in and tries to recruit her, and he does value her services, but ultimately, even though she had risen high from where she started, she never, you know, got out of this life entirely. And then all it takes is one crossbow bolt from one, you know, cruel, psychopathic, you know, little boy in Joffrey to end her life. And it's like there's a story there that's not just, you know, like you can see the value in it if you're willing to look beyond the fact that she's like a pretty girl who is naked in some of her early scenes. Like Esme Bianco deserved much better than that from the
Well,
fandom.
yeah, I mean, and that wasn't just like related to her. I'd, you know, also there was an element of that at play with, um, so, sorry, like I said, I start blanking out on names once we get this far into stream. Hold on a sec. Um,
Was it Talisa that you were going to refer
no,
to?
no, no. I was going to say it was a similar thing with Shay and the
Oh yeah, yeah.
actress Sybil Kikeli. You know, I still remember like um just the way that, you know, she was sort of treated and talked about. I think one of the memories that sticks out in my head is going to Con of Thrones one year and like um you know, when people would come up and ask questions and refer to like, you know, just blatantly call Shay the, you know, the W word. And it was like, can we do a little bit better than that in this sort of context of, uh, of a fandom, like of a fan convention, um, we're a bit better than that. And it was just, I don't know. It was just like very discouraging to see the way that many of these characters were, talked about and referred to. And so, yeah, it was tough. On a lighter note, on a lighter fun note, I will say that I remember like, um, that my parents were watching that episode together in the bedroom while I was watching out in the living room, and after they had seen the episode, let's just say that it prompted more than a couple eyebrow raisings from them as they were watching it. I think, my mom relayed to me that my dad had said, "I'm getting a little turned on. Are you getting a little turned on?" And maybe that's not helpful for the argument that we're making in favor of the character dynamics of the scene. But I just remember cracking up, thinking, when they told me that. So
Yeah, that is funny.
but but uh, but yeah. So sort of, God, I'm just looking through all these, like, this cast list. Like we would never get through it. There's just too many of them. So I don't want to spend, because we've got names on here, like we haven't even talked that much about like John Bradley as
Yeah.
Samwell. Like I do feel like that's one we should take some time to talk about, because like he's a very big part of the show. And um and I just loved him so much, because he is perhaps like the most identifiable member of the Night's Watch.
Well,
Because
apart from the other John that we should probably talk about in association with John Brack, well, he's Samwell Tarly, which is Jon Snow, because
yeah,
you can't really talk about one without talking about the other, because those two are besties.
well, I know, but I'm saying identifiable in the sense that like we would all probably be more likely to be Sam than John.
Well, yes, that is certainly true, but the fact of the matter is that Sam also goes on to do incredibly heroic and brave things, and John has his relatable human moments as well. But yes, I do think that this is another case of like I think John Bradley was like fresh out of drama school when he got this role, and like you never would have expected him to have the weight and dramatic heft that he ultimately carries throughout the later parts of the series, to the point that like by the end, like it just was one of those things where like it felt like, even though I was worried about almost every character on the show at some point, there was a part of me like, there's no way Sam's not making it to the end. There's no way, especially because he's basically the George R.R. Martin stand-in character. And I think that like even the showrunners aren't gonna do that to us. And fortunately, they did not.
I will say, like, um, if there is one part of like, and even with all the fantasy stuff going on, like if there's one part of the long night that strains credulity for me, it is that Sam makes it through the bit.
That is something you just kind of have to roll with.
Yeah,
But you know what? It
I'm
is
not
what it is.
I'm not saying like I wish he died. I'm very happy that he makes it through, but it is kind of like, you look at all the people who made it through, and like and Samwell Tarly makes it through. Uh, okay, and like you say, it's just one of those things that you just kind of have to roll with, because like Sam's got to make it to the end, particularly because of like the function he's going to play in terms of you know uh presenting the book, A Song of Ice and Fire, and like it's too perfect not to do, and Sam is too sweet of a character to to kill off. I'm glad he makes it to the end, but I will admit that is one thing where I'm like, if that's a hang up you have with that episode, uh, I get it. It doesn't bug me, but I get it.
Yeah,
But
I like it is one of those things though, like 'cause they see him in a lot of dangerous situations, and I actually love the little beat that occurs in that episode when Sam is in a bad spot with the whites attacking him, and we see John look over and see him, and at any other point in the story, John would have just made a beeline for Sam to save him, but in that moment, the stakes are too high, and he has to force himself to leave his friend to possibly die because he needs to get to the Night Brand and the Night King. But of course, as you said, Sam finds a way. Ed does not. Eric in the chat is calling out Ed, and like that was a case where like poor Dolores Ed, like he says earlier in, I think it's back in season 4, episode 8. He's like, if one of us dies, burn the rest of us, because when I'm done with this world, I don't want to come back. And you're just like, when he comes back as a white at the end of the battle, you're just like, no, Ed would be. But of course he has so many great quips before then. And
yeah, and
yeah.
yeah, Gren and Pip, Pip and Gren.
Pip and Gren, Gren and Pip, yes. Which I'm glad Eric shouts out this episode too, The Watchers on the Wall, which is one of my favorite episodes of the series. And their deaths, Gren and Pip's deaths, were extremely sad and effective. In that, it's one of the things that gives that battle its weight, and it's a great episode for Sam too. Like that is the episode where he really starts to come into his like he's already like killed the White Walker and shown bravery, but like that's the episode where he really becomes like a full-on member of the Night's Watch and proves his mettle.
Yeah, and while we're mentioning that episode, we don't have time to like to spend too much longer on supporting characters, but like do want to give a shout out to Alistair Thorne, who
Yes.
not a great guy, but a phenomenal character, because he had his moments. Like unfortunately he he eventually came down on the side of betrayal. But I think what made him so fascinating was, despite his like hatred for John, or his loathing and hatred, he was still like, he believed in the Night's Watch, and like it's particularly in the Watchers on the Wall episode, I feel like he really gives it everything he's got.
Yeah.
So, and I love that final beat between him and John, when he gets hanged and says, I fought and I lost. Now I rest. It's basically that summing up, him up. And yeah, it's so even as he made decisions which, I hated, he did earn my respect.
Yes. No, and that's what makes him a good adversary, as Eric says. That was the one episode I liked Sir Alistair, and then immediately, he did not reward that going forward. But that speech in the battle was, yeah. And I remember I had the opportunity to watch this episode, The Watchers on the Wall, and the season 4 finale on the big screen when they put them in theaters, and it was a thrilling moment to witness. And yes, he kind of damns John with essentially a curse here of like, you'll be fighting their battles further, and he's not wrong. Like that kind of follows John for the rest of the show. But he does prove that he is worthy of respect, unlike his little toady Janos Slint, who goes out like a little bitch, and that is but that's another great Stannis moment, by the way, that when John John cuts Slint's head off and Stannis gives him the nod, like that was very satisfying.
Okay, so let's just cut to the chase. If this was a 10-hour stream, that would be more helpful, but it's not going to be. Let's you mentioned him, and and we have talked about him, so that's why I didn't feel like I was I didn't feel like I was doing him a disservice. But John, we should talk about before we talk about one other very big character that I want to devote some time to. But John, who is just, another character who, like, this was another character who tripped me up a little bit in terms of the aging up of the character, because actually John, I never really had that much trouble. He kind of felt like, he fit the young teen chosen one model of like Harry Potter. And so like I have a very distinct like image of him from reading the books, and then he's like most of the other characters, he's aged up in the show, so he didn't immediately fit my idea of who Jon Snow was. But again, like Kit Harington really grew into the role as it went on, particularly in the latter seasons. I felt like he was such a quiet person through the early seasons, and as he stepped up into more of a leadership role, he finally started getting like those monologues and stuff, and I just thought that Kit did such a great job of you know of owning that role more and more, and not just like in terms of the acting, but also the physical demands as well. Something I always think about is that damn sword fight in season 4 in Watchers on the Wall, where it looks like they've sped up the footage, and no, it's just Kit being that good with the sword.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just he's great. He's the like by just design, he is sort of the Stark character who feels like he's molded so much in the image of Ned, despite the fact that, as we find out, Ned was not his actual, birth father, but he was his father in every other way. And it just feels like, um, so much of the person he is, what he does in his life um, is what would my father do? And I think that just makes him immediately someone we love, because we love Ned so much. And yeah, I just I think he's a very easy character to love, even as he sort of makes decisions sometimes where you like smack your forehead and you're like, oh, John, come on.
Yes, I mean he's just such a lovable character. Even though, yes, as you said, sometimes you want to shake him and just like, John, come on, be a little smarter than this. But the reason I wanted to talk about him specifically is just because, especially the growth that you said of Kit Harington as a performer and the journey he goes on, particularly in the latter seasons, where he's been shaped by loss, the loss of his love, Ygritte, as Eric's pointing out in the chat. Although, again, Kit Harington and Rose Leslie very happily married with 2 kids, so that does have a happy ending. But then, of course, a big aspect of the show that really kind of helped define the fandom. The fact that at the end of season 5, our ostensible hero of the show at this stage dies. and in the books, 15 years on, he's still dead. So, but in this particular instance, like, this was like the thing that when the show was finally starting to forge its own path throughout the books, like, we went through this whole rigmarole with the fandom where and this would, I get why they did this, but the showrunners and Kit Harington just insisting like, no, he's dead, he's definitely not coming back to the show, he didn't cut his hair for any particular reason, he's definitely not in Belfast now filming battle scenes. But even so, you never know until you know for sure. And I will just remember, like, at the end of episode 2, Home, of season 6, like, when they're doing the resurrection chant, like, they're making us wait, because of course when Melisandre does it originally, it doesn't work, and it's just like, you're waiting and you're waiting and you're waiting, because they didn't bring him back at the end of the first episode of season 6, which everybody expected. And then they're waiting, and they do it just long enough to engender doubt. And I just remember vividly a moment when first Ghost perks up because he senses it, and then he bursts back to life and his eyes open, he gasps, and it's just like, that was a moment that literally like brought me out of my chair, like 2 hands to the sky. I was like, yes, they fucking did it, yes. Even though I knew that, like, we knew that John couldn't be dead for the rest of the story, they had put too much weight on his character, but like, you never know until you know, and that was just like such an iconic moment. And then, of course, what they do with the character after that, where he is haunted by this experience, shaped by this experience, and goes on this whole new journey where he reunites with his sister Sansa in one of my like most watched scenes on YouTube is the clip of their reunion, and then him helping to win the Battle of the Bastards and beat Ramsay to a pulp before Sansa ends him, and then him becoming king in the North, and just everything that happens in the aftermath, where like we just expect Jon to be, the great hero, and he does. Like everyone is at Winterfell to fight the White Walkers because of him, even though he's ultimately not the one who strikes the killing blow against the Night King. But then just to have his story end in that like more personal, like devastating way, where it links all the way back to the love is the death of duty conversation he had with Maester Aemon all the way back in season 1. Like I was just really, really impressed with everything that Kit did, and the fact that ultimately his story ends with him back with the Night's Watch, where the conversation he had with Beric in season 7, episode 6, Beyond the Wall, that's one of my favorites in the show, where he says, like, Beric gives him the lesson, death is the enemy, the first enemy and the last. The enemy always wins, but we still have to fight him. That's what I know. Like, you and I won't be, find much happiness while we're here, but we can protect others from death. Like, we can essentially be as Jon says, the shield that guards the realms of men. And then that ultimately is his fate. And the final development of the fact that he never wanted to be king. He never wanted to, even though he did become king in the North, he never wanted necessarily to have this grand destiny. Ultimately, the time in his life when he was happiest was Beyond the Wall with Ygritte, and having the final images of him heading off into the forest with that smile, and knowing that, like, after everything he's suffered, after all the horror he's participated in and endured, that this character might be able to find some small measure of peace, I thought it was just a beautiful note to end for the character.
Yeah, I know that. Boy, this is this is controversial. With so many things in the final season, but yeah, I thought that was like a beautiful and like fitting that after everything that, like, even though he won't take on the mantle, most likely, in the fact that he is fulfilling that role as, um, you know, um, the king beyond the wall,
Yes.
basically, and I thought that was great, and yeah, and then like it's mixed together with that montage of the different Starks, and Ramin's music. It's so beautiful. I will say, like, just going back to, him post resurrection, I absolutely love that in season 6, he's like, you, he doesn't obviously take on the name, but in every other respect, he is sort of the embodiment of being like Jon Stark
Yes.
in this, with the wardrobe, and like this was probably my favorite like costume design for him, because it's the traditional Stark like garb, and he looks very much the spitting image of Ned in this season. And I was kind of a little bummed that he went back to like sort of a, you know, uh, like black, like black and brown in the later 2 seasons, because I love the touch of green, uh, in season 6. Um, but I just thought it was great.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
oh yeah, this is a whole nother discussion. I
Yes.
need to get into that.
I will say I was intrigued when I heard about this, and I would obviously love to see what Kit Harington would have done. But when I heard some of the concept of what it would have involved, like basically John still being in a very dark and traumatized place, I'm like, I kind of prefer my happier ending for the character where he goes beyond the wall and maybe finds as you said, essentially takes up the spiritual role of the king beyond the wall, because I don't think he's going back to the next one.
Yeah.
But because you mentioned John essentially like becoming John Stark in that and that the bond that he develops with Sansa, that really is like one of the defining relationships of the final 3 seasons, even though it's as well documented. The characters basically didn't share any scenes aside from both being in the courtyard to greet King Robert in the first ever episode. But then it just, when the moment they reunite, like it's one of the most beautiful moments in the show. And then it becomes like a very true brother sister, relationship. And John essentially also like finding something new to live for. Like, one of the most acclaimed moments from the Battle of the Bastards is that moment where, John has been questioning, why did the Lord bring me back? I'm just going to die at this battle. And then he's getting crushed by all of the soldiers because of the tight thing of the battle. And he has to literally fight his way to the surface to breathe. He has to fight for his life. And that shows us that, yes, this character does want to live. And then he continues to rise high. But ultimately, as you said, even though we ultimately learn that he is in fact Aegon Targaryen, the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, he has to reckon with that part of his heritage, and he even tells Theon, like, you don't have to choose; you can be both Greyjoy and Stark. But he also, it is very ultimately made clear, like, when given the threat that Dany is ultimately going to pose to his family, that's what Tyrion says to him that gets him to finally reckon with that threat. And then he gives Dany every single opportunity he can to show that perhaps she is not going to go down this path that he can't follow. And then he chooses the Starks. And like, he chooses like the bond that he has with his siblings, who are actually his cousins, but Arya is his sister, Sansa is his sister, Bran is his brother, and the emotions that are on display in their final goodbye scene on the pier. That's another moment that always makes me tear up when essentially John first when Sansa's like, I can you understand like why this has to happen? Can you forgive me? And he says, like, and she's like, the North lost their king, and he says, Ned Stark's daughter will speak for them. She's the best they could ask for. And that pays off that relationship. And then with Arya revealing her plans to go west of Westeros, and him and them sharing the hug, and him asking her, do you have your needle? And she says, right here. And then his goodbye with Bran, where he says, I'm sorry you weren't there when you needed me. And he's like, you were exactly where you're supposed to be. It's like so fucking good. And Kit Harington is just like, again, because he was not considered to be one of the strongest actors on the show in the early seasons, because there were so many great cast members, and he was relatively inexperienced. He was out of drama school, and by the end, like, he is the heart of the show, and he's become a phenomenal performer.
I was really proud of the fact that that he and Emilia Clarke were nominated in the lead categories in the final season. Speaking of which, there were so many characters that we haven't been able to get to, or talk about in the way that we want to, but obviously I don't think there's any other way to sort of begin to work towards the end of the stream than to talk about Emilia Clarke as Daenerys Targaryen. Because I've had the accusation thrown at me in the past that because I like the end of the show that I clearly hated Daenerys. Uh, did you know this, Jared?
I've heard it, and I think it's nonsense because we are of like mind. We both love the character of Daenerys and love Emilia Clarke so much, and
Yeah.
I think frankly like that the arguments that are thrown against you that like just because you're at peace with the way her character ended and think it makes narrative sense that means that you hate Daenerys Targaryen is just logical horse crap.
I absolutely, which is why, like, I nearly, this is why I said I was going to regret my choice of like favorite character earlier when I mentioned Cersei because just like I'm turning around now and I'm like, why didn't I say Daenerys? It really depends on like my mood in the individual moment because I just absolutely adore her so much, and which is what makes the final episodes in particular so difficult to watch, and it's not like, and that's the reaction you're supposed to have. It's like I'm not going to focus entirely on the end. I'm just trying to like start by saying like this is a character who I loved from the very beginning of the show, um and like even when I read the book, I remember feeling like, oh, this is really clever. We're starting off this story. We've met the characters who are supposed to be coded as the good guys that we're rooting for, the Starks, and now we're establishing that the Targaryens were this house that they helped fight against and who might come back into power. And but our viewpoint on the Targaryens is this young girl who is being sold off by her cruel brother in exchange for an army, and it's like it's making our viewpoint on this, you know, this house that in another story we would view as the sort of antagonist. It's our viewpoint is through a very uh, sympathetic lens. This character of Daenerys, and I remember thinking that's going to be that's going to make it really interesting when the story comes to a head later on. And little did I know that I'd still be waiting for that in the books. But it did come to a head in the show, and like it's so like, and Daenerys is a character who's just it's very easy to get behind her because she is so, she has to go through so much, and she suffers a lot, but she comes through stronger and she finds her strength. And just like the ending of season 1 where she comes out of that with with 3 dragons, and it's like, oh fuck yes. And I think like and you're just building and building, wanting this character to come to Westeros, but it's great to see her doing these things, character wise, like building up and getting to see her go through all these different trials. And it's also our viewpoint on another corner of the world that we're not seeing, over in Westeros. Um, and all the while, like, now I'm going to get into the controversial territory of it all, where I think we're, I think that she is very much inspired by another character that's been in pop culture over the past couple of years, and that is, um, one Paul Atreides from Dune. And
Mm-hmm.
many people probably don't want to hear that, but like it's sort of a similar thing of where you root for this character early on because you've seen them suffer, and they do have sides of themselves that are very admirable, and things you sympathize with, but then they ultimately end up in a place where you're not, where you're like, oh wait, this is kind of caught me off guard. I've ended up rooting for some stuff that maybe I shouldn't have rooted for. And a- there's really no way. I'm trying to glide into this, but the fact of the matter is, it's so like there is so much hostility surrounding, the discussion of where Daenerys goes. I think that the fact that she is such a lovable character and like Emilia Clarke imbues her with such, there's a warmth and there's a, something about her that, we just want to root for her because what she's been through, but also because of what she's trying to overthrow, which we've seen. Like there's so much going on over in Westeros, which, it is what she says. It's a wheel that keeps, making people suffer. Um, I think that allows us to turn kind of a blind eye to some of her more questionable actions.
Mhm.
Um, and I actually thought that one of the more brilliant things that the show ended up doing was it ended up being a sort of meta commentary on the way we as an audience view,
Mhm.
uh, things in the show, where yes, we're cheering her on, watching her do things to like villainous characters who, to be completely honest, deserve what's coming to them. But it shouldn't be forgotten that we're also cheering on sort of, you know, violence and sort of reveling in that. And I think Tyrion's conversation with Jon in the finale is, talks a lot about this. Um and I think it's very interesting. I'm kind of nervous to talk about because I know like most people are not on our, wavelength with this, and a lot of people just, hate that her character was taking this direction. But I do think that there is an element of watching entertainment now where we invite the bloodthirsty nature of violence and we cheer on uh, horrible things happening to bad people, and we feel righteous in that. And I think Game of Thrones ultimately is challenging that uh, viewpoint and saying that yes, this person who believes that, she's meant to basically save the world, um, has been cheered for killing uh people. And it doesn't matter what, and like yes, those people, I'm not saying those people didn't deserve it, but I think it's just in that position, would you feel like you are righteous for, for doing whatever is necessary to, achieve this better world? I think we see shades of this early on. I don't agree with the narrative that it comes out of nowhere. I
Mhm.
think we see, as I said, the way she dispatches, you know, um, the people like the masters and, the slave owners, while feeling like, as Tyrion says, who, I'm sure nobody but the slavers complained they were evil men. And but then we see this continue on when she gets to Westeros with the way she, you know, the Tarleys. That's something that has always stuck out to me, the way she deals with them. And then I think she goes through so much in season 8 that is, there's so much disillusionment in her, and she comes to realize that she doesn't have the love of the people, in Westeros. As she says in her own words, she only has fear. And then to add on to that, she loses many of the people who are closest to her. who were her foundation. So I think that all of this culminates in to that moment in the bells where she's presented with this moment of it, it can end right here, or I can press forward and I can satiate that need I have um, to unleash the hurt that's been unleashed upon me. And it's not easy. It's grueling to watch, and I hate that she's brought to that moment. But I also like, but for me, it hasn't been out of nowhere. I think it's a dark side to her character that has built up over time. And I recognize that a lot of people don't agree with that. I think a lot of people don't like the way it was either built up or that it happened at all, and that is perfectly fine. But for me, it tracks with her character, and it's heartbreaking, and it's devastating. And when and then when we meet back up with her in episode 6 after the devastation, and particularly in that scene with John, and where he's trying to get through to her, and it's clear that you know she is just not who she was um in that moment. And like, my heart breaks for her. So like, the idea that I've heard from people that because I'm satisfied with this as a sort of an ending for the character in the story, that I hate Daenerys, um like, is bullshit.
Yeah.
Because I love her so much, and it breaks my heart to watch what she goes through in that final season. It's tragic, and it's gut wrenching, um, and it's painful. But that is the show that we were presented with, and I guess I haven't understood like the notion that I will have all sympathy with people who for whom they weren't happy with the writing of how it was done, or like they would have liked to see it done more gradually. That's fine. But I think a big part of the difficulty I have is that I think a lot of people wanted the end where Daenerys ascends the Iron
Yeah.
Throne, marries John, they have a baby, and everything ends happily ever after. And I'm like, that is not this show. Um, and and like I said, I'm not saying that that was everybody. Like I said, if you would have been happy with a version of this that uh, that took more time to develop, hell, I even think I would have liked one more episode in the season at least to maybe develop the stuff in between. Like, I think I would have loved for episode 4 to be 2 episodes, because I think a lot happens in that
Yeah.
episode, and it would have been nice to have it fleshed out a bit more, and things be a little bit more nuanced. Um, so I get that, and I sympathize with that, but I don't think that that's the whole story. I think a lot of people would not have been happy with this ending, because it's not what they built up in their minds
Mhm.
for Danny. But in my opinion, this is like, this is what they were building towards. I think the signposts are there. I've said this to people. I'm like, go back and watch the show again,
Mhm.
and tell me you don't see, the warning signs, you know, uh, for Danny. It doesn't mean that, like, I don't think it's like, sorry, I'm gonna calm down for a second because I get very emotional talking about this, but like, that does not mean that I think that Danny's a horrible person or that she's a villain, but I think that she goes through a lot, and it ultimately leads through a series of very unfortunate circumstances to where we end up with her. And I think if certain things had not transpired the same way, things could have ended up differently. But again, that's not what this show is. That's not what Game of Thrones. And I agree with Eric. Is it? Sorry, I want to
Yeah.
get your name right. That provided we ever get the end of the books, which you know, which I don't know if we have time to get into that conversation. I think it'll arrive in fairly the same place. I think things will happen differently, because that's just the nature of these things, particularly with the show being, what, like 7 years, on from when it ended. George has had a lot of time to think about, maybe how he wants to do things. I have no doubt that exact the exact manner in which we arrive at the ending will differ, just like the whole show has differed from the books in a lot of ways. But I think ultimately we're leading to the same place. And more than anything, I just want to say that I have so much trouble with the way that discussion around this point has taken place ever since the final season of the show. I mean, there was toxic discussion about the show even before that, but particularly in the final season, because I was bullied in the aftermath of season 8 online. I posted some positive things on Twitter, and I had about, and on one particular post, I had about 250 to 300 quote tweets calling me stupid and an idiot and a moron, and variations of that. And there's just no, like, that's ridiculous. It's over the ending of a TV show. And we all are allowed to have our opinions. But it's about how we treat each other. And so I've just wanted to, like, get that off my chest. And I'm sorry for, a lot of that to get bound up with what was supposed to be predominantly a conversation about Danny's character, but I feel like it's inextricably linked, just because of the conversation around her at the end of the show. I love Daenerys. I love Emilia Clarke as an actress. I get excited every time she's in something, and every time I watch the show, I go through the same journey again, where I love her, and I hope that that things will unfold differently, and that she won't end up eventually where she ends up, and that she, I was watching The Bells not too long ago, and in that moment where the bells start ringing, I'm just hoping against hope that she's going to accept that, and not give in to her rage in that moment, even though I know that's what's going to happen. And it's not because, it's like I hate that and David and Dan are stupid, and, like, no, it's because I fully understand why the character makes that choice, and it breaks my heart into a million pieces. And it fills me with horror, because this world is cruel and unjust, and it turns good people into, people who see no other avenue except for violence, even the most well-meaning people. And so I will love Daenerys probably, for the rest of my life, because she is one of the greatest characters, I think, in all of fiction. And I think Emilia Clarke just knocked it out of the park with her performance. She was absolutely brilliant. And I'm glad she got nominated a number of times. I wish she had won, particularly for the final season. I think when I was watching The Iron Throne today, and that speech that she gives, after she descends with Drogon's wings in the background, and then she gives that absolutely horrifying speech to the Unsullied and the Dothraki about saving the rest of the world. It's chilling, and it's terrifying, and she just blows it out of the water with her performance. It's absolutely incredible. So, like, yeah, I'd I'd just had to get a lot of that stuff out because it's been sitting with me for the past 7 years. And um and like I said, if you're someone who doesn't agree with my take on her character arc and the final season and all that, that's great. I'm more power to you. Just be conscious of how you engage with that discussion. And because nobody should made be, to feel like less than because they had an opinion on a piece of fiction. Um, we These things all affect us in unique ways, and you know, a few weeks ago, Jared, you and I talked about the Rise of Skywalker, and I have many issues with that, which I voiced, but and you love that film, and and we had a very um like beautiful discussion about it. It was I think it ended up being our longest stream ever. And and I think it was one of the most rewarding conversations we ever had. And we have vastly different opinions on what works in the film and what doesn't work. But it's about engaging in good faith and having, respect for one another. And I think that's what was lost in the Game of Thrones fandom, unfortunately. And I wish it'd be nice to get that back because I honestly feel like we still don't have it back.
Yeah.
And yeah. So, and in the words of Forrest Gump, that's all I have to say about that.
Well, it needed to be said, and I credit you for being brave enough to say it and for sharing what you went through because I hear echoes of it in my own experience. I was never bullied to the same extent that you were online about this, mostly because I did not poke the bear as much on social media, but I also anytime I did get poked bear, I poked back and I poked back hard. And I think I actually scared some of those people off. Because the problem is that, as Eric says in the chat, I got that for loving The Last Jedi, and I mentioned The Rise of Skywalker. I love that movie, and I love The Last Jedi and the entire sequel trilogy. It really all kind of coalesced around that time. I refer to 2019 as the year that irrevocably broke my relationship with social media discourse, which had been, as I said, a big part of the fandom around the show for me. And it was because people were incapable of having nuance, discussions, and empathy about it online. And I get that passions were high, but it just, for people who even, profess to have affection for one another, to treat one another in such a callous and dismissive way, it was not cool. And I saw people who we were part of the Twitteros community do that. And frankly, it lowered my opinion of them irrevocably. And that's not to say that people don't contain multitudes like Daenerys Targaryen. I think back to a quote directly from the source, from George R.R. Martin, in the book version of the quote: "A good act does not wash out the bad, nor the bad act the good. Each should have its own reward." And that is definitely true with Daenerys Targaryen, and also for the people who love her, because I do think that a lot of the anger around Daenerys's fate was because people just loved the character so much, and the fact that, unfortunately, I think people kind of lost track of, as I said, the nature of the story that was happening and the lessons that the character was meant to impart. You know, it's been well documented, people like naming their children Khaleesi. Like, if you're that's what's going to happen, you're obviously invested in Daenerys as her as a character. But we can still have understanding that Daenerys was a hero for so much of the show, and she was a character capable of great warmth and kindness and empathy and, and brilliance. And she can still have her fate end in tragedy because of the circumstances that led to her feeling lost and alone. And then, yes, the choice that she makes ultimately that irrevocably, becomes something that she can't come back from. And that is true to life. And I just kind of feel that because people were so invested in their own versions of what Daenerys' story would be, because none of us knew the end, even though I agree with Eric. One of the reasons that I ultimately was so at peace with this ending, among many, and thinking that it was ultimately, very well done in the show, is the moment I saw it, as heartbroken as I was, as devastated as I was like, is a George R.R. Martin ending, on the level of the Red Wedding or Ned Stark's death or Jon Snow being stabbed. I was like, I think people lost sight of that. I think that people, I can just imagine that this is how her character ends. And to me, it just made perfect sense with the character we'd seen on the show. Even though, as I said, Dany was not a villain for most of the season. And I would argue, I don't even necessarily think she's a villain at the end of the show. I think she made I think she, as you said, kind of got broken in certain respects by the world, by the circumstances, because one of the things that we see is that what has been the consistent through line through Dany's story, other than the fact that she has, as you said, killed slavers and, liberated people. The one thing that she has always believed was that the Iron Throne was hers and that it had been taken from her. And then she gets over to Westeros and she learns, one, that she is actually, by the laws of Westeros, not the legitimate heir, something she believed her entire life because Jon has a better claim and he's a man. And it's complicated by the fact that she's fallen deeply in love with him and he with her. But then she sees the love that Jon has had organically built for him from the people that he has been living among and leading for his entire life. And as she says to him in this scene in episode 4, so many people have looked at me that way across the narrow sea, but never here, never on this side, and it's just because she hasn't lived her life there. And Sansa's mistrust and resentment of her is built on that. The fact that Sansa doesn't know her as we do. And the people of the North don't know her as we do. And she tries to show them, but unfortunately, because she doesn't have the same equity with them that she built up with, the people like Missandei and Grey Worm and even the Dothraki, and the freed slaves who call her Misa, it just, she kind of loses a mooring on one of the things that kept her tethered, and then the rest of her moorings start to get cut when Jorah, one of the most important people in her life, dies. And Missandei, who has been her closest friend and confidant, is killed in horrific fashion. And even Jon, even though Jon doesn't physically die, and she, he takes a step back from their relationship because he's still working through his feelings about it on learning that he's a Targaryen and they're related. And so even though he's loyal to her, still she wants and needs more from that. And so she just finds herself completely alone. And then And Tyrion, like, she starts to feel she can't trust Tyrion either. And Eric mentions in the chat, like, Barristan Selmy, Whitebeard, like, he was another, like, moderating influence on her that she lost earlier in her journey. And that, I think, was the reason that character was killed off. And it, to me, it just makes sense that it all builds up to the moment that she's having essentially one of the darkest days of her entire life. And as the Joker once said, all it takes is one bad day, and she makes the wrong choice in that moment, or rather a choice that to her in the moment feels right and good, but ultimately leads to horrific collateral damage. And it just, like, it's meant to devastate us. It's meant to shock us. That is the intention of the scene. And it is something that the show has been laying the groundwork for. And as you said, people are well and within their rights to feel differently about how the show got there, because, as we've said many times on this channel, art, you engage ultimately with art with your heart, or you should. Like, it's a question of feeling things. And I think what a lot of people who became vitriolic are basically like, I don't like this ending for Dany's character, and it's not enough for me to not be comfortable with that and feel my way through it. I need to be objectively right about that. And so I am going to truss up a bunch of nonsense of that, like, actually the writing of this season was objectively bad, and the David and Dan never knew what they were doing, which is total bullshit. And it's because they are the ones who took the show to the most successful show in the history of television, and most of that they did on the strength of their own writing. But anyway, it's just a fact that people, if people were willing to be a little bit more nuanced and empathetic about it, we actually could have a productive discussion, because as big as season 8 defenders as we are, we fully acknowledge it's not perfect. You mentioned, for instance, you wish episode 4 had been split into 2. I 100% agree. Like, I think that is there's actually like a very organic, like, split between what happens at Winterfell and then what happens in the South. And I'm like, if they just had built those 2 episodes out a little bit more and we had 7 instead of 6, maybe there would have been a little bit more runway for that to for people to settle in. And that's why I do think that is the weakest episode of season 8, even though there's still a lot of great stuff there. But it is,
by the way, and this is not like, and this is not a thing that's exclusive to season 8. Even, like, I have opinions on episodes, like, all the way back to the beginnings of the show, where, like, there are things that I wish had been done smoother. Like, one of the things that I always point to is that I still don't understand where all the Stark troops went to in season 2 with the whole Theon taking over Winterfell thing. So, like, it's not like there aren't rough patches, in the show. That's just sort of like, very few shows are perfect, and especially shows that are done on as big a scale as this one. Like, you know, but I just think that as time went on, it just everything just became so vitriolic, and people were just going into the show with increasingly like bad faith, which is a thing that we're always championing, which is, enter things in good faith and keep your heart open. And I just feel like that was not something that people were doing with this series at the end.
Yeah, and that actually reminds me of one development that you say about people not engaging in the show with good faith, and in fact with active bad faith, because that is one of the things that I think made the discourse so poisonous. Because you fortunately do not partake in this side of social media, discourse, Gwen. So you probably missed this, but I was on a couple of forums as season 8 was airing. And one of the things that happened during the final season was that the final 3 episodes of the season got leaked. And people who were already, like, looking for reasons to be angry about the show, essentially or like took that material and organized a strategic campaign to poison the discourse around the show before the episodes had even aired. Like, they were lined up to review bomb it on IMDb. They were like the posts from the Game of Thrones Twitter account were littered with people essentially spoiling things from episodes 2 weeks down the line and saying like how they could do this. And most of them honestly seemed like bots and rage factories, but it's because a small group of people essentially decided that they were going to poison the well for everyone else. And we know this happens on social media. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where people who are not perhaps as it plugged into the online discourse, like, oh, I heard that thing that people are saying that new movie or that new TV show is bad. And they've never seen it. But like, that is what happened with these episodes, is that people essentially, tried to shape the conversation before anyone had the opportunity to engage with it honestly. And that made me furious. Like, I got into seething, like, full-on, like, fights online with people who were doing that and telling them, like, just how shitty I thought that was. And, like, again, that's where I think I scared some people off. Just by being that fiery. But it was because as you said, it was a textbook example of people just not engaging with the story in good faith. And again, that's not everybody. I fully believe people can come to these episodes honestly and have their own, feelings about them, but only if you, as we often say, are willing to engage with the story that you were being presented with, not the story you wish you were being told. And I do think that because Daenerys was such a beloved and popular character, that she almost transcended the show in many ways. Like, she became like an icon of like feminism and like for like strong, a strong womanhood, and like people saw her as like an aspirational figure, which she is still in many, many respects. But when a heroine like that gets taken down, and people are understandably going to have complicated feelings about that, because unfortunately we see that in real life with powerful women as well. But that's the show being true to life. I feel like, and I ultimately think that people, as has often been said, kind of lost sight of what the show was trying to do at the end. And because everyone was leading with their feelings and their heart, like, there was no room for anyone to just kind of talk about it and say, like, can we feel our way through this? They just needed to, again, make the case that, like, no, the way I feel about the show is objectively right, and the way you feel about it is objectively wrong. And that is an argument that is never, ever, ever going to be true with any piece of cinematic art ever. And if that's what you believe, then frankly, we're the type of people who can't have that honest discourse together, because that's where I kind of think that you and I have decided to take a step back from this space, because unfortunately, as you said, even with the new shows like House of the Dragon and A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, I still see that in some of the Twitteros fandom, and it frustrates me to no end, because it was like we had like a beautiful thing that was kind of a cause for community and celebration, and then by the end, it was poisoned, not, I think, because of the quality of the show, but because of the way that certain people chose to engage with it by the end. And that was what broke my heart. In addition to, as you said, there's just no excuse for treating people like that ever. And that's a social media problem, not a Game of Thrones problem. Like, this is a case where I think that the show actually, comes off, better in many respects because it has essentially managed to endure these slings and arrows. And even though there is an entire cadre of people who simply say Game of Thrones ruined its legacy and like, you know, nobody watches or cares about it anymore, and then you go to HBO and you see it's still like the number one show that people are watching, and it's still inspiring like spin-off shows, and people still like now will talk about how much they love the show, and it's like that is the show's true legacy. It's like if you think you could kill it, but you can't. You can't kill what lives in our hearts.
Yeah. And Eric, I want to bring this up because like I think it's totally fine if like Bran becoming king doesn't work for you. But again, like these are not, we weren't having the conversations of I didn't quite like that choice. I think it should have been this person. It was like, oh my God, that's the shittiest thing in the world. The writing on this is so terrible. Anybody who thinks that Bran should have been king is an idiot.
Yeah.
And like
Well,
that's just ridiculous. And as you guys can tell, we're being a bit more perhaps emotional in a way that we typically aren't as we're talking about this, but that's because the experience of this show, unfortunately, for better or for worse, shaped a big part of like the way that we interact with our media.
yeah.
And is a big part of the reason why we approach this channel the way that we typically do, which is we talk about things that we love and we try and keep the vibe positive, even if there's things that we want to be critical of. And Game of Thrones, unfortunately, is the reason for that because I think we both felt so burned um, by the manner in which the show was discussed and in the way that people were treated. So, um, yeah. So I think like again, it can kind of feel like it's this overwhelms the conversation just about the work that Amelia Clark did as Daenerys, which should not be lost. We've obviously talked a lot about the ending and her overall sort of uh, journey. So I just want to like reiterate again, just like what an absolute like sort of beautiful like character I think she is, and the way that Amelia portrayed her. I am just in spite of the tragic way in which her story ends, I just like whenever I watch her in the show, I light up and I'm just so excited to watch her. I just a couple weeks ago, another one of the scenes that I was watching was when she names Tyrion her hand.
Yep.
And in spite of knowing where that eventually ends up, it was just such an amazing moment that made my heart leap. And because she's giving Tyrion in that moment the respect that, you know, that he feels like he's never gotten, and it's just, and especially in that scene, how you can also tell that he is so clearly like head over heels in love with her. Um, like, uh, but that's not something that he's will ever speak about to her because but it's and just moments like that, and the scene with the masters when she as much as I've said, like it has a bit of a more than a hint of foreshadowing about where the character's going to end up, but like there's a reason for it, feels righteous, and in many ways it is, and the masters are terrible people, so like I think to a certain extent we should rejoice seeing them dealt with, and it's just a badass moment. So it's okay to appreciate those badass moments, but we just have to understand that it comes loaded with with a number of things, and the story between her and John, like, just it's I just think about the just their story, especially throughout season 7 of growing closer and closer to each other. And again, like, it's something that's going to end very tragically, um, but just it's so amazing. I think of the scene between them at the end of episode 6 of season 7. Um, when he, you know, pledges his loyalty to her, and that's like that moment offers a glimpse of what could be, even if it ultimately ends up ending in tragedy. And I just she had such a wonderful Amelia had such a wonderful way of conveying both the fearsomeness of Daenerys as well as the her tenderness. And both sides of her were, they were both like equally important sides of her, and I would just always love the character and the performance. Um, I think, like, I don't think the show would have worked without her. Because you need whoever you bring on as Daenerys has to be able to own that part, and it's hard to think of anybody owning harder than than Emilia Clarke as Daenerys Targaryen.
And it's one of the reasons why she remains one of the enduring legacies of the show in the positive light. And there are so many positives, but like she became, a bona fide star based on this performance, and I still think it's one of my favorite performances by any television actress ever, and she's still one of my favorite characters. And every time I watch the show, which again I've seen probably every single episode of the show probably 12 times, or conservatively, because I did rewatches before every new season and then watch the episodes multiple times afterwards. I fall in love with her all over again.
Yeah,
And I always just am always so awed by her triumphant moments. I'm broken for her when she endures loss, and I feel joy with her when she feels joy. And I feel the pain and the rage that she feels when she finally has her moment that ultimately, comes to that breaks her, and when she becomes, death from above. And But like, again, that doesn't retroactively color my feelings on her. Like, even though, like, you mentioned the scene where she names Tyrion Hand, like, I still love that scene with all my heart. I still love the scenes where she and Jon are kind of falling in love, like in the Dragon Glass caves. And then when she makes the decision to go north for him, and then at the end, when they're, recuperating after the loss of Viserion, when he pledges his loyalty to her, and she says, "I hope I deserve it," and he looks at her and just smiles and says, "You do." And in that moment, I feel that she does, and that she still does, throughout the season, like right up until the moment that she makes the unforgivable act, because that is a truth of about life and characters, that they are defined by their choices. And in that moment, she allowed her pain and her rage to overcome her, and also, as she says earlier in the episode, her recognition that if she wants to rule Westeros, as she believes is her right, she can't do it through love. She has to do it now through fear. And so I think it's a calculated choice in many ways too, but it's also one that's born of her circumstances. And would she have made that that choice if, for instance, Missandei had not been beheaded before her, or if Jorah was still there counseling restraint? Perhaps not. But that's the nature of the tragic nature of her story. Like, it's what, and so. And I will just say, like, when after Jon stabs her and she, falls through, before the Iron Throne, and he cradles her body and is crying over her, in one of the most haunting shots of the entire show. I just think it's beautiful. And then when Drogon comes and carries her body away to parts unknown, my heart feels both full and my heart feels broken at the same time, because that is what the character of Daenerys Targaryen inspires in me. And I just, and again, that is something that, for all the negative discourse around the final seasons of the show that we have, been kind of railing against, that was something that I have never lost. I have, even as I was struggling with, like, some of the attitudes and the social media discourse, I never once lost my love of the show itself, or of the character of Daenerys Targaryen, or any of these characters, frankly, because this is what case of love being stronger than hate. This show is, and probably always will be, one of the most important, pieces of art that I have ever encountered in my life. And it means the world to me. And it's one of the things that, as I kind of was reckoning with the weight of the social media discourse around this, and Star Wars, and so many other things, that I just made the decision, no, you cannot take this from me. It means too much. And I think it is too important, for me to surrender on something that essentially shaped 10 years of my life. I will not do it. And you can scream at me until your voice gives out online or in person. You will never break that from me. And if that's something that you can't handle, then that's, frankly, it's a you problem, not a me problem. But I'm always open to people who want to essentially discover what is there to be engaged with in this story. Like, why do we love it so much? Like, because discussing the why is ultimately what makes these stories so rewarding, not necessarily the what, because ultimately these characters make us feel things, and what they make me feel is not maybe the same as what it makes other people feel. But that's where essentially the attempt of us understanding someone, sharing something, as one of my favorite movies, Before Sunrise, they say, that's where the answer has to be.
Yeah. I yeah, I'll just finish off on this. Um a lot of people have as a way to, like, in their minds, make sense out of my feelings about season 8. They thrown the thing at me where they say, well, you very much love the technical side of movies and television, and like, season 8 is technically very impressive, so, like, I get it why you're more positive. It's like,
So
no,
condescending.
it is very condescending, and it's like, no, it's the story. It's how I feel about it. It's the emotion. And that is first and foremost what is important to me about this show, is the way it makes me feel and the love I have for the characters. Um and look, I love all my friends um dearly. They know this. But it also, like, wouldn't be truthful if I didn't express, like, one of the major sort of frustrating things that I've had happen over the years is that my love of season 8 of Game of Thrones gets treated as a joke, um, by a number of people I know. Um, they kind of roll their eyes at me, and they're like, "Oh, this is that thing we have to put up with about about Gwen," and um, I find that very condescending too. Um, I This show means a lot to me, and I love the way it came to a conclusion. If you don't agree, that's fine, but please don't invalidate my feelings on this thing that is very important to me by just trivializing it, and and treating my uh my emotional reaction to something that is very important to all, because the group that we belong to was formed out of the Game of Thrones fandom and our connection with each other. So like please don't insult me in that way. Well, like I said, this is not me like trying to call anybody out. I love all our friends and stuff, but it is just one of the things that's been difficult for me over the years. Um, my opinion is not like a thing that you have to put up with to to be my friend. It is not something for you to roll your eyes at. If you don't agree with me, say so, but don't trivialize um, something that I take very seriously. Um, so yeah, I just you know this is the time to you know to get this stuff out, and it's stuff that I've kept bottled up for the past 7 years, and if there was a place to let it out, this is certainly it. So um but yeah, I don't want to like end on a totally like sad note. I think I just want to sort of let's circle back around to just saying that um first of all, like we've never talked about this show on the channel before. We did recently talk about A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which was a first for us. That was the first Westerosi show that we talked about, but we haven't ever talked about Game of Thrones before. And I think a big part of the reason for that was having these conversations,
Mhm.
because they were always going to be difficult. And I was sort of nervous about the way it would be received, if we would get a little too contentious about it. But the thing is, it's part of our experience of the show, and like I'm delighted because I think that we sort of ran the full spectrum of talking about the show. We talked about like the joy at the beginning of discovering the show, and then our love of all the different characters and certain episodes, and the journey we went on. And then finally, we did talk about our difficulty with engaging with the fandom in those later years. Uh, and so I think we had about as much of an encompassing discussion of Game of Thrones as we could possibly squeeze into 5 hours.
Which is again the idea of behind it, because ultimately the
Yeah.
reason that we chose this as our commemorative episode of for our 100th stream as co-host is because it is one of the shows that and the stories that is most important to both of us. Whether it's number one or number two or number three, like doesn't really matter. Like we both love this show so much, and it has defined a big portion of our lives. And as we've said multiple times, it is the reason that you and I became friends in the first place. And look at us now. Like we're having discussions, years on, and still enjoying them. And we don't mean to be exclusionary or like get contentious when we're discussing these things, because I personally really don't like it when we have to talk about the discourse around something as opposed to
Yeah.
the thing itself and how much we love it. And I think we did a lot of that. And frankly, I could go for another couple hours because guess what? I'm sure that there are people out there who are like, you didn't talk about character X, and it's like, that's true. I would love to talk more about all of those characters, but that just means we're going to have to do a season by season rewatch at some point.
Like
But in the
we did. I'm just gonna say it. Like we didn't, have the conversations about Braun. We didn't really talk. We mentioned Varys, but we didn't really talk about him deeply. We mentioned Tywin. We didn't like
yeah,
dive in deep. Gendry got a brief mention. I don't think we mentioned Dario even once. Um,
no,
Tommen, Elaria Sand, Jack and Hagar,
Yeah.
Roose Bolton, the High Sparrow. Like the list goes on and on and on. But there's no way you could possibly talk about all these characters in one stream about Game of Thrones.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it would be impossible. Like I regret we didn't spend more time on like Sandor Clegane because I thought like
Yes.
someone gets
Yes.
some like because I mean someone he has some of my absolute favorite moments in the latter seasons. I did call out his conversation with Arya, but like his great uh conversation with the Brotherhood in the episode season 7 premiere Dragonstone, where he kind of goes and buries the family that he had stolen from. Like that's one of my favorite moments in the entire show. And again, we didn't get to it because that's the way the flow of the conversation goes.
We
But
barely we barely mentioned Marjorie too.
yeah,
It's again
exactly.
so many people.
Yeah, and but that is ultimately, I still think, a positive thing because it just shows this show is so incredibly rich and so packed with so much incredible stuff that even two people who love it as much as we do can talk for nearly 5 hours about it and still be like, there's like, several hours more worth of conversations I'd love to have about this show. And you and I can have them anytime we like, but we're gonna probably wrap up the stream soon because there's a limit to these things. But for me, that just tells me that when it comes to the art itself, like my relationship with it is still incredibly strong, as I believe yours is, and like it's still capable of giving us so much all these years later, 15 years later from the first season. And I find that so wonderful. And that is the reason why, like, I've always been there. Like, I felt it as I started to watch the show, and I felt it when the show ended, and I still feel it now. This was, and always will be my favorite television show of all time. And to be respectful to all the other great shows that I've loved over the years, nothing else comes close. Nothing else gives me the feelings that this show does. And
Yeah,
other than maybe like Star Wars.
I feel I feel guilty because like my other two like favorite shows of all time are like right up there, which are both Lost and Battlestar Galactica. That is you know the 2000s version, not the original. Um,
I got that.
but Game of Thrones was such a sort of it made such an impact and it was such a huge part of my life that like it just wouldn't feel right for anything else to claim that number one spot. It's it just changed like so much for me and allowed me to meet so many people and so like yeah, it's my number one show of all time, but those other two are right behind it.
Absolutely. Eric is calling
Yes, we
out Sir
didn't talk
Pounce,
about Sir Pounce.
which I think David and Dan would be okay with because I think he's probably their least favorite character on the show, given what that they talked about the difficulties with working with him and what a diva he was. But I hope Sir Pounce is still living happily somewhere amidst the ashes of King's Landing.
Gonna just in my closing comments to the creative minds behind this show. Obviously, it goes without saying, but I should probably say it anyway, given because otherwise it'll be taken as a slight. But for all the problems that we have with his pace of writing and things that he said about certain shows. George R. R. Martin created this world, and just my immense gratitude going to him for um, just the incredible stories he's written. And, and I just really would love that next book, George. So, um, please, it's your own life, do what you like, but we've been waiting a long time, so we'd really like to read it. But then I also want to thank David Benioff and DB Weiss, because I think it's horrific the way that people speak about them when they are responsible for this show that we love so much, and for like, and if for no other reason, you think people would pay them the respect of having brought so many of us together. But unfortunately, that's not the way these things roll. But I think they did an incredible job running the show, writing the show, directing the show. The just, and funny enough, you always hear the cast saying glowing things about them. Um, contrary to what others would have you believe. Um, I'm just like, yeah, I wish that one day I would get the opportunity to meet them just to thank them profoundly for gifting us with this show. Um, but they seem to keep to themselves, which I enormously respect and can appreciate. So, um, but yeah, if the words ever were to reach them, I would say thank you so much, and I fucking loved the ending of the show. Um, and yes, I'm a big fan of the I'm yeah, I'll go ahead and say like this is the reason why with a lot of people I don't have any credibility, because I love the finale of Lost, I love the finale of Battlestar, and I love the finale of Game of Thrones. So, I think that is like the worst possible thing that anybody can do, I guess. So yeah. Um but yeah, and then everybody else from Brian Cogman to all the, yeah, I know there's a slew of names that I'm familiar with, but who I'm blanking on right now behind the scenes, crew, and like, we just appreciate all their work on this show, and for those who have continued on to the new shows, like, it just, you guys are, have made our lives better.
Yes.
Just by virtue of your work. So just thank you so much.
Yeah. Add on the Ramin Javadi, the
Yes.
icon
Oh my God.
composer. Yeah. But definitely I want to echo your sentiments about thanking David Benioff and DB Weiss for being the creative minds behind this entire show, and not only writing and directing, but also producing. I think they are some of the best. This is some of the best producing work ever on any television show, because one of the things I always come back to is the fact that, like, nowadays it seems like it takes 2-3 years to get any television show made, and the fact that these guys turned out superlative quality television like clockwork every single calendar year, basically for a decade, and like even when they had to take a little more time near the end, like, the show never took a break longer than like 2 years. So it's just like, it's astonishing, and it's a testament to the incredible work that the crew and cast that they assembled, that they put in. And I know that some people don't want to like say like just because they worked hard that doesn't mean that but they're like, if you know how hard they work, like, you can't not have respect for them. Like, and that was one of the things that being on the Watchers on the Wall site that kind of tracked the behind the scenes production of the show, that was one of the things I loved, because it allowed me to get to know not only like the writers like Brian Cogman and David Benioff and Dan Weiss, but also the like people like the production designers and the costume designer Michelle Clapton, and like all of these incredible artisans who Barry Gower, like all of these people like just have so much to give, and they poured their heart and soul into the show, and it created something that moved me deeply and still sits with me like years later. So I echo your sentiments, Gwen, that like I fully respect David Benioff and Dan Weiss's decision to stay off social media. That means they are very wise in that respect. And guess what? I love their follow-up work on the Three Body Problem. I'm looking forward to the next season of that. But if I ever had the opportunity to meet them, I would all I would want to say is, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for giving us this show and this world. And I would say the same to George R. R. Martin as well, because he also, as you said, for as much as we have teased him about the fact that it's been 15 years and we don't necessarily think that more books are coming, like, that doesn't undermine the fact that I think he was a genius for creating this world, and I just I'm very appreciative of it every single day.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, and this is like to say nothing of the other stuff that we've done from him, like Fire and Blood and Night of the Seven Kingdoms. You know, it's if all that we're left with of A Song of Ice and Fire is a Game of Thrones through a Dance of Dragons, that's a fucking great series of books that is, you know, better than 99% of what's out there. And I have so much gratitude for that. You know, I have my doubts that I'll just say it. I don't think it's possible that we'll ever get to the end of the book series. I still hold on to hope that we'll get the Winds of Winter, but I admit that I grow less certain that every year that passes. But fingers crossed. But if we don't, we don't. I've been very vocal about, like, my perspective on it is that we have, you know, a 5-book series called A Song of Ice and Fire, and that will continue to be the case until the day that it isn't. And we have a 6-book series. And if that doesn't happen, then so be it. If it does, great. But in the meantime, I'm having a hell of a time, like, enjoying the works, you know, the television works that are based off of and inspired by, you know, his work. So yeah, he still has all my love for what he has given us, even as we will continue to tease as we do. But yeah, it's to just everybody involved. What a freaking incredible story we've been gifted with over the years. And again, like, the fact that it has been 15 years since the first episode of Game of Thrones is really quite wild. And I'm glad that we could sit here and talk about it today.
As am I, and I'm glad that we had a lively participation in the chat from Eric and Mother Royne and James Gentile and Cassie. Thank you all. This was great. It was a discussion worthy of our 100th stream as co-host, and it's always more fun when we get to share it with all of you. So thank you.
You remember when I said we were going to come back for new streams and try to keep it to, like, most streams to 2 hours?
I remember. Didn't last very long, did it?
It didn't last very long. Yeah. But I don't think, like, that would have ever held for this particular stream in any case.
Yeah,
This
no,
was always going to have to be a super long one. But
yeah, no. I told my parents, like, you know, we're not going to be able to have dinner plans tonight because Gwen and I are going to go long. We're talking about Game of Thrones because we got things to say.
yeah. So a bit of an update for what's ahead. We're switching 2 of the streams because we were originally going to talk about the 1995 movie Mortal Kombat next week, and have AK come on to join us. Here's the thing: I was timing that so that I could see the beautiful new sparkling 4K remaster of the film for the discussion, but looks like I'm not going to get it in time. So I asked AK if she would mind pushing it back a week, because it seems kind of silly to, like, do the stream and, you know, after all this time watch the movie on, like, my old Blu-ray and then a few days later have the new 4K edition pop up in my mailbox. So I asked if we could push that back, and so we'll actually be doing that the week after next. What that means is that we're actually pushing up the first half of our Outlander season 3 discussion. Mm-hmm. So next week we will be talking about the first 8 episodes of Outlander season 3. So yeah, looking forward to that, and looking forward to your reactions to that, Jared, because that's gonna be fun.
It will. Like I said, you got me hooked on Outlander, and I even though like next week gonna be very busy for me because I'm gonna be going to up to Seattle actually to watch the U.S. play Australia in the World Cup on Friday, which I'm very excited about. But I will make the time for Outlander. I'm glad you gave me advance notice so I know to get my watch started sooner rather than later. But it's going to be fun to delve back into that particular world because that has also been a show that I know means a lot to you, and it's been, and yet as I'm watching it, for the first time, I'm starting to understand why it's so special, and I'm really looking forward to seeing where things go next.
Yeah. Uh, I will just say, Eric, I did not, it was not the first uh, HCTV I had. My first one was a very bulky thing where you actually had to like install the uh the light in the back of the TV. Um, but I bought a new HD TV because that one was starting to go downhill, and it was like having some like orange discoloration on the sides of the image. So I was like, no, this will not do for Game of Thrones. I have to get a new TV. And believe it or not, you can't see it on screen, but it's a TV that I still have in my bedroom and it's still working freaking great. So that was a really good TV that I bought for that. Um, so so yeah. Uh so that ended up being an absolutely wonderful purchase.
Yes, indeed. And Eric
Uh,
says his Outlander season 3 was his favorite season, and I think he's told me that before. And so
oh,
I'm
cool.
very much looking forward to delving in. And maybe if you have time, you can join us in the chat for that one too, Eric, because this has been great.
Yeah.
But yeah, I so we'll talk about that, and then Mortal Kombat, as you said, and then we'll finish up the back half of Outlander the week after that. And oh, that's really cool. Um, and then you and I are taking a 3 week break because you're going to be going on vacation, and I have a wedding that I need to go to or get to go to at the one of those weeks as well. So we'll come back nice and rested and recharged after that, though. Hopefully.
Well, the good news is that when we do come back, we get to plunge straight into Outlander season 4. So,
Yes, and also a couple other things that we're looking forward to, like Project Hail Mary, and if you thought we're done talking about the Westeros, no, House of the Dragon season 3 is coming back next week, which means that I get to see my beloved Alicent Hightower again, and as much as I joke with Eric that like Alicent Hightower is basically my version of his Stannis Baratheon, like a character who does not have the greatest reputation in the fandom, but I just think they're the greatest, and that has to do with a lot with Olivia Cook and
you
Emily
can
Carey.
you can fix her, right, Jared?
Yes, but do I want to, or do I like her exactly as she is? Um, uh,
No. Yeah, no. I just remember um I just remember those what was the company that she did the commercials for? The lingerie company, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, suddenly everybody's pro Allison.
yeah. But I love her for so much more than that.
Yeah,
But yes, the fact that Olivia Cook is very pretty. I've often said that the reason I fell in so love with the character was what Emily Carey did with it in
yeah.
the early in the first half of season 1. I thought
Well,
her
and
performance.
that is sort of like the kind of not tragic because obviously Olivia Cook and Emma Darcy have just done such superb jobs with the grown up versions of the characters, but like the fact that we didn't get to continue on with Emily Carey and and Millie Alcock, like just it's there's a part of me that does feel that twinge of regret because they were just so utterly amazing in the parts, and and it would have been interesting in a parallel universe to like get to follow those characters, as they grow up into those roles, but just by the nature of things that wasn't going to happen. But look at the reward we get, which is Millie Alcock is now Supergirl, and we're gonna get to see her at the end of the month in that. So
Yeah, that's less than 2 weeks away now.
yeah,
Crazy to think. And I'm sure if we love that movie, we'll talk about it on the channel at some point as well, because we loved James Gunn's Superman, and this one
yeah,
looks like it's going to be continuing on that legacy very much. But yes, in the meantime, I will be very happy to have House of the Dragon season 3 back on my screens, because in the realm of controversial opinions related to this world, you and I both thought season 2 of House of the Dragon was outstanding, and many
yeah,
people did not feel that way.
yeah. That was one of the virtues of not being involved in the online conversation. Was like I was like, this is incredible, and then it's like, wait, so it wasn't like everybody didn't love it. Um, Online, I'm shocked, but yeah. Um, I'm never shocked anymore when there's a negative opinion about something Game of Thrones related.
Yeah.
Um, no, I'm like super excited for the next season, so that's gonna be fun. And which I do want to say, like, even though it's a little far ahead, I will be popping over to Heidi's channel, Costume Co, for the first two streams about House of the Dragon this season. Um, I'd have to look at the exact dates for those, but just go over and follow her channel because it's a great channel. Again, that's Costume Co. If you want to catch those, because I'll be able to do the first two, but then I'm on vacation, and then when I get back, my work schedule will be conflicting, so I won't be able to join for any more. But I will certainly get in all my discussion points for those first two episodes, and maybe it's a good thing that I'm not discussing later episodes of the season. If discussion, if online discussion follows the trajectory of other Game of Thrones things, maybe it's for the best if I just pop in for the beginning of the season.
Yeah, well, because we know the season 3 is going to start off with a bang with
Yeah,
the Battle of the Gullet, and I think that everyone will be very excited for that, because famously we did not get it at the end of season 2 because HBO unfortunately cut the episode order. But hopefully that means that they're able to give it even more focus and time that it deserves in order to make it a spectacular battle sequence worthy of the greatness of the original series.
yeah, and I stand by what I've been saying, which is that all I want really is an awkward scene between Rhaenyra, Damon, and
Massaria.
and Massaria.
Oh, please, please,
Be-
please! That would be so fun.
because that just for me seems like it's gonna be gold. I know, like, I'm sure that was met with extreme mixed reaction last year, but I freaking loved it because I specifically remember I've had this conversation with I forget who I was. I think it was somebody in our Slack group where I was like earlier in the episode, I was like, am I catching a vibe, or am I
Yeah,
just being too horny? And
it
and then the
turns out.
end of the episode came, and I was like, "Oh no! I picked up a vibe."
Yes, you did.
So,
And I think that those two characters are probably not done vibing with one another, or at least I hope not.
I need to see like the Matt Smith's, like the way he plays the reaction. if Damon finds out that, which I'm sure he will. So yeah,
Yes.
because I think that will be comedy gold. But
Yes, I'm looking forward to so much from House of the Dragon season 3, including new cast members and new developments. But ultimately, I just want to hang in Westeros again, and because again, that's something that since the original series, I've always loved spending time in its world.
yeah, we actually didn't spend as like we said that we might give have a little House of the Dragon talk. We ended up spending way too much time on the actual topic of the stream, which was uh Game of Thrones itself. But we'll consider this our little preview discussion of House of the Dragon. Very much both of us looking forward to the new season. It's gonna be fun, and yeah, can't wait. Do you have
All
anything
right.
else you want to say before we
Well, so
sign off?
all I'm going to say is that we're in the sweet spot because the one red line we always promised that was that we would not go over the length of your Hobbit stream, which remains the longest stream on the channel, and we're
It
still
does.
below
Okay.
that. We're still below that at least for another 8 minutes. But this stream has now officially passed our Star Wars Rise of Skywalker discussion as our longest stream on the channel, and I have a feeling that you're probably happier with that. Even though I
What
love
are
them
you
both, so I
saying,
was going.
Jared? Um, yeah, no, come on. It's like I think there's even an argument to be made that this should be the longest stream ever, but I won't push it.
Yeah.
Um,
If you truly want to do that, we can hang on for another 7 or 8 minutes. But I'm content to leave things here, even though,
yeah,
as I said, we could easily go for another like 3 hours talking about the show.
yeah, I don't think we should cross that line. I think because yeah, I think that would. I don't think the fact that we're getting close to it even is it's shocking because it's Game of Thrones, but it's just not a good sign for you know in terms of our search for brevity, which we have been failing miserably at. But yeah, so anyway, thank you everyone who joined us tonight. It was great talking to you all, and Eric, come join us for both Outlander and Mortal Kombat discussions and anything else that interests you. It was great to have you join us for so much of the stream. So thank you. And yeah, uh I'm done. Are
Yeah,
you done?
I think I'm done, and I think we have natural words to end on, which is of course, and now our watch is ended. But I will also just say that our love for the show burns strong now and always.
Yeah, and winter is coming.
Winter is coming.
All right. Bye everyone.
Bye bye.